For some context, I'm a 32-year-old female. This happened to me when I was around 25 or 26. I work full-time as a researcher at a university, which is where these encounters took place. Now, I'm not a professor or anything, and because of my age at the time, I could have easily been mistaken for just another student wandering around campus. On some days, when the weather was nice, I would prefer to spend my lunch hour strolling about the university grounds outside, or sitting underneath a shady tree on a bench. I was enjoying the time I was not just sitting in a cramped corner of a lab somewhere. On one of these days, I was sitting on a bench enjoying the fresh air, and a male student walking by asked if he could sit next to me. I'm pretty shy and kind of an awkward person, so even though I really would have preferred to enjoy my break alone, I said, sure, why not? The guy initiated simple conversation, to which I obliged, but I was careful not to be too forthcoming. He mentioned he had seen which departmental building I came from, which was slightly weird to me. I had never seen this guy before in my life, so why would he take note of me in particular? I pushed the thought from my mind, though. After all, the weather had been quite decent lately, and I had spent nearly all my lunch hours for the past week outside. Perhaps he was just a people watcher. He asked if I was studying within the mentioned department, to which I told him I was not a student. I actually worked there. He told me he was an engineering student, and then followed up with asking me out to coffee sometime. I apologized and told him I would have to decline. We parted ways after that, and I assumed I would never see him again. About a week or two went by. I was spending another lunch hour outside on campus, sitting on a different bench in a corner somewhere. Seemingly out of nowhere, the same guy from before asked if he could sit next to me once again. Admittedly, I can't quite remember what we talked about. My mind was reeling a bit at the chances of this exact same thing happening again. I was rather uncomfortable with having to turn this guy down a second time. Sure enough, he asked me once again if we could go out for coffee sometime. I apologized and told him I had a boyfriend and would not be meeting him anywhere. Again, he left without saying much else after. I was feeling rather anxious now, but it hadn't reached a level where I had to be too concerned about it. A few days later, I had just finished work and was leaving the building to walk to where I had parked my car. The university charged a fortune for parking passes, even if you were employed by them. I had always opted for the free street parking about a 10-minute walk away instead. My walking route would take me down several quiet residential streets with minimal car traffic. Even pedestrian traffic was pretty sparse on the busiest of days. It wasn't until I was about halfway to my car, down one of these quiet back roads, when I noticed someone was walking directly across the street from me, keeping a few paces behind me. I'd only noticed them out of my peripheral vision. I didn't want to flat out turn and stare to let them know I'd noticed them. Besides, it wasn't too uncommon to see someone else walking. I was just trying to be aware of my surroundings when walking the streets alone. I had to make a few turns coming up anyways. The chance they would be going the exact same way as me was very slim. But all the same, he did. He made every single turn I did, still keeping pace directly across from me, a few steps behind. I didn't want to look at whoever this was. I didn't want him to know I was aware of what he was doing. I quickened my pace a bit. I was approaching the first of two busier streets before I would reach my car. His pace quickened to keep exact match with me. That was the moment I began to panic. I was sure he was following me. After that, I started to full-out jog to cross the first of the busier streets. He started to run to keep up behind me, and was now on the same side of the street I was. I was nearly to my car, but I had to cross that last busy street and go about 100 meters before I would be there. It was crossing that street that worried me the most. I often had to stop and wait a good minute or so before it was clear enough to do so. If that were the case this time, he would catch up to me easily. Somehow, as if the stars had aligned for me, as soon as I made it running to the busy street, I had a large gap to cross. I booked it as fast as I could, finally turning around once I'd made it through. I wanted to scream at the man who had been pursuing me. It was him. I could have suspected at first, but now it was confirmed. It was that same engineering student I had turned down for coffee those times. "Why are you following me?" I yelled at him from across the busy street. "I just want to talk to you," he yelled back. I didn't even answer him. I mean, the answer was obvious from the start. I was certainly never going to give my time to someone who was following behind me and chased me for an entire kilometer. I kept moving quickly to my car, determined to get the hell out of there. I didn't even care if he saw which one was mine. It seemed he had given up on following me and didn't try to cross the road after, to my relief. I got home and broke down. I mean, worse things have happened to other people, no doubt, and he didn't have the chance to harm me, fortunately, but I was very shaken. I had some anxieties walking to and from work after. It wasn't long before a coworker and I would walk most of the distance back to our cars together. I even changed where I started parking for a time. A few weeks passed by since the incident, and I had not seen that particular guy around campus at all. I had started spending my lunches in the lab instead of outside. Occasionally, I would go to the student center to buy lunch instead. This one particular day, the food court was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. I was standing in line at a burger stall when I heard a guy trying to get someone's attention through the crowd. I look up. There he is, waving to me, trying to push his way through the mass of people. I panicked. I started to cause a scene and yelled at him to leave me alone. His face dropped as people began to stare at him, and he slinked back into the sea of students. My heart was pounding, and I was shaking. I don't even remember if I ended up actually getting my food after. I went back to work, and from then on I was even more focused on my surroundings than I ever was before. It's been 5 or 6 years since then, and I still do work there. I'm relieved to say I never saw him again after the food court, and I haven't had any other harrowing accounts on campus. I'm diligent about being aware of my surroundings, especially when I have to walk to and from alone. Funniest thing is, the guy never even told me his name, so I couldn't report an incident to the campus police or anything. All in all, I'm just glad I never saw him again. I can only hope he didn't do this to anyone else before or after me. This story happened a really long time ago, and by a long time, I mean a really long time. I'm in my 70s now, and must have been just around 15 years old when this happened. I will never forget it though. I grew up in a small town that was visited by a circus once a year. It would be a 3-day event on Friday. The circus would have a big parade that went right through the middle of town. Then they would have a performance that night. The following 2 days, there would be a sort of carnival on the circus grounds during the day, followed by various shows during night. I was personally very fond of the trapeze artist myself. My family lived in town, and our road was on the parade route, so when it was time for the parade to come through, we would all rush out and sit in the front yard to watch it pass by. It was a bright and sunny day this year, and the Grand Marshal heralded one of the best parades I'd ever seen. During the parade, one thing, even at my young age though, caught me off guard. Most of the circus acts marched together in the parade. The trapeze artists were all together, the animals were all together, the clowns were all together. All of the other groups were much the same way. I noticed, though, that towards the end of the parade there seemed to be one straggler, a lone clown who seemed completely out of place. He was very entertaining, though, and I didn't have a fear of clowns like some other people do. No one seemed to notice or care that he was nowhere near the others. He would go up to spectators on the side of the street and spray some flour on his costume. To others, he would make all sorts of weird clown gestures with his hands. I'm not really sure what to call it other than clown gestures, really. When the clown got up to my yard, though, he stopped and looked at me for a long, uncomfortable moment. He smiled. It was creepy for some reason to see him smiling within his painted-on smile. He walked up to me and patted me on the head before taking his hand off. He then took his finger and ran it down the side of my face. Then he rushed off. It was quite weird, but I didn't really think about it too much. He was a clown, and sometimes clowns act weird. Later in the evening, my family and I went to the night show as well. I watched the clown portion of the show and was relieved in a way that the weird clown was in there for a few moments. I'd had an inkling of an idea that maybe he wasn't actually part of the circus and had somehow interjected himself into the parade. I'm not sure why I thought that, but I had been a little worried up until I saw he was a part of the actual crew. The show was really great, honestly, and my family left and went home. When we were home and I was laying there in bed, something woke me up in the middle of the night. I really wasn't sure what it was at first. After I'd been awake for a few moments, though, I heard something sort of like a rock hitting my window. You know exactly the sound I'm talking about. I crawled out of bed and got up. I gazed out the window, only to see that no one or no thing was there. I thought it must have been my imagination until I heard it once more. I went back quickly and looked out the window, fully expecting to see someone outside, but once again no one was there. At this point, though, I was now fully awake. I was pretty thirsty as well, so I decided I was going to go downstairs and get myself a glass of water. I walked down and went into the kitchen and grabbed a drink. After taking my first gulp, I turned and walked back into the living room. I dropped my glass and screamed when I saw that clown looking in through the living room window, waving at me in the darkness. He blew me a kiss and stared for a moment before running off. My screaming, of course, woke my parents up, who rushed downstairs. I explained to them what I saw. They didn't really do anything about it, though. I mean, sure, the clown was on our property, but they couldn't prove it. And even if we could, all he did was wave and blow a kiss at me. This was a much different time than nowadays. Clowns really didn't have the stigma they have nowadays either. Regardless, it was a pretty creepy experience, seeing that clown waving at me through my own living room window in the middle of the night. I remained inside the house until the circus left town a few days later. This happened to me and my girlfriend when we were traveling across country. We had to stay in various motels, because although she was okay with sleeping in our car, I was never really able to do that. She could just fall asleep with her head on the window at the drop of a hat, but I would be up all night trying my best to get down. We didn't make any reservations or anything like that. We just kinda drove until we got tired and began looking for any motel with a vacancy. Maybe on our third night of our trip, we had a pretty creepy experience with the motel that we found. I could tell right away driving into it that I was not going to like this place very much. We were in a pretty rural area, and this place looked really run down. Still though, I was really exhausted and needed to at least get some sleep. We decided to bite the bullet and spend the night there. We got into our room and began to prepare to get some sleep. Suddenly, the phone began to ring. Figuring that it was just the office calling for some reason, I picked it up and answered. "Your wife's pretty cute," the voice on the other end told me. "I can't wait until I'm sleeping in bed with her." I wanted to say something back, but whoever was on the other end hung up immediately. My girlfriend asked me what happened, and I told her about that strange experience. Maybe I shouldn't have, because it really frightened her. I thought, though, that if we received another call, she should at least be prepared to know. Not that I was expecting anyone to call back. About 10 minutes later, though, the phone rang once again. I decided to answer it, thinking it was likely the same caller from before, and I was right. "Time's running out for you. Soon I'll be there." Then he immediately hung up. We were freaked out by that point, needless to say. Gathering our stuff up, we decided to go check with the office. We told them about the calls, but it was obvious they were not coming from the staff there. I considered it for a moment, because they were really the only ones who should have even known we were in that room, but the voice wasn't even close to sounding like either of them. We asked if they had any idea what was going on, and they were just as confused as we were. We asked if we could change rooms. We figured that maybe someone just knew the number to that particular room and was giving us a hard time or trying to scare us. He put us in another room on the other side of the motel. We went to that room, and at this point we were very tired. I knew it wouldn't take very long for me to get to sleep. However, I didn't even get the chance to. We had only been in the room for a few minutes before the phone began to ring again. My girlfriend and I both immediately got tense. I decided to answer. "You know, changing rooms won't help you hide," the voice on the other side of the phone said. Then, like all the previous times, the phone hung up right away. My girlfriend knew immediately what had just happened. We talked about what we were going to do. I was exhausted, but now we were both on edge. We had no idea if this was just a prank or if someone was actually going to try and do something to us. We also knew at this point there was no way we'd be able to get any sleep. Someone obviously knew the phone numbers to the rooms and was also actually watching us. That's the only way they could have known we'd switched rooms. We decided to just check out and get back on the road. We would find another motel. We gathered our things again and left the room. We both felt very conspicuous walking out of that room. We felt eyes on us, that whoever had called us was now watching us. We decided to put our stuff in the car before going in and telling the clerk we were just going to check out. When we got out to the car though, we were stunned to see that all 4 of our tires had been slashed. We got even more scared. Immediately we went to the clerk and asked him to call the police. We could have brushed off the phone calls as being a prank, even with the switching of rooms, but the tires being cut, that made it so much more real. It really made us believe that someone had been watching us and was intent on hurting us that night. Unfortunately, the police couldn't do very much. There were a lot of guests in that motel, and they couldn't wake every single person up and question them all. The most they could do was poke around a bit and make a report. Our car was taken to a mechanic, and we rode along with the police to get there. It was a really long time before everything was taken care of, and it was an even longer time before I was able to get a good night's sleep. This happened when I was out with some friends of mine, just off the coast of Washington. My friend Todd had this really cool boat. I honestly don't know enough about boats to tell you what kind it was, or what you would call it even, but it was a fairly decent-sized vessel. It was large enough for the 5 of us to be more than comfortable. It had an inner chamber with a small kitchen, bathroom, and even bunks to sleep on as well. Quite a nice thing all in all. Now Todd really liked being out on the ocean because he felt it was the freest place a person could be. He would often drive out to international waters to explore. I could never really understand his desire to do that. Not only was he getting way too far away from the shore, scary to me already, but I'd heard that in international waters, there were pretty much not any laws at all. Now, whether or not that's actually true, I don't really know enough to say. I also didn't ask because I didn't want Todd to think I was a moron. Later in the day on this outing, Todd was getting the itch, so to speak, to go out and explore further away from the coast. I made some mild objections, but didn't really want to appear like a big wuss in front of my buddies. I didn't object too strongly because of this. For the most part, I thought Todd knew what he was doing. I was a complete novice when it came to anything out in the water, so better to trust him instead of trying my own stuff. We had been cruising along for quite a long time. Despite my initial fear, I was now sitting up front on the ship and enjoying the amazing view. The ocean was so enormous. Thinking about how large it was made me feel dizzy, but it was pretty awesome. It had been a while since we'd seen anything but water, though. While I was sitting there watching, I did notice something seemingly moving up in the distance. Immediately, I called Todd's attention over to it. He told me it was just another boat and not to worry about it. Probably just some other people doing the exact same thing we were doing. He then, though, had the genius idea to go up to them and see what they were up to. I was absolutely against this. I had no problem indicating so to Todd. However, he just brushed me off immediately. It was his boat and he was going to do what he wanted to do, so we slowly headed off in the direction of that boat. Little by little, we came closer and closer to the ship. Todd was going fairly slowly, I guess so as to not surprise them. They hadn't really indicated they had seen us, though. As we got closer, I noticed this boat was not nearly as nice as Todd's was. It was about the same size and looked like it had an inside compartment as well, but we didn't see anybody on deck. It was not moving either. Now, you'll have to forgive me again if you're a boating person. As I mentioned before, I don't really know much. For me, all I know is turn the boat on and it goes vroom. When the boat gave no indication that it was aware we were there, and because it seemed like it was adrift, Todd got a bit more cautious. He tried to radio in to the other boat, but he got no response from them. He was quite worried now that something must be wrong. We approached the boat carefully. We kept a decent distance though, because the last thing any of us wanted was a collision. Todd knew what he was doing, thankfully, as he maneuvered us a bit closer. I have to admit, this was a bit of a rush. I was worried that something bad had happened to whoever was on the boat, but the mystery of this all was so exciting. When we were very, very close, where we would have communicated verbally if someone was there, I started to notice some movement. Suddenly, a very short man came sprinting out on deck. He was the gnarliest looking man I'd ever seen, dressed in ragged clothes and a long scraggly beard. He also only had one arm. He was holding a knife in his hand, and he was covered in blood. The little man began to scream at us. "Come closer, you fuckers, so I can slice you up." He yelled some other obscenities too. Alarmed, I jumped back. When I did, I saw another man come onto deck. He was much larger than the other guy, and he was carrying a gun. He had a much different message for us than the dwarf. He pointed the gun at us and commanded, "You turn the fuck around!" The dwarf ran over to the wheel and started the engine, looking over at Todd as he did so. I don't think Todd needed to be told twice. He turned the boat around and we sped off. Fortunately, even though it seemed the smaller man wanted to come after us, Todd's boat was faster and we lost them very quickly. He didn't slow down until the boat was completely out of sight and we saw the land again. I'm not entirely sure what to think about what happened. Todd was freaked out, but later he told me he thought it might have been a joke. I was shocked and asked him how he could have possibly come to that conclusion. He then told me if he had looked like a pirate and was in a boat in the middle of nowhere and had seen a group of people like us, he would have played a similar prank. I don't think that's the case though. It really scared the crap out of me at least. I used to go out and explore the countryside whenever I could. I would do this just as often alone as with someone else. However, I haven't done it at all since an experience I had with a friend of mine when we were out hiking years ago. Now, to be frank, the first thing I have to let you know is that the two of us were hiking in an area we didn't have any right to be in. This was usually the case when we decided to go for a hike. It was always more fun to explore areas like that than it was to go hiking in places known for nature hiking or whatever. It was cool to possibly be seeing something that most people won't normally get to see, and exciting to think about what we might stumble across. This was a hiking trip I took with my buddy Todd, when we were both still in college. We had a week off for spring and we wanted to do some exploring. So we took a drive to a very rural area we had found online. Driving up into the hills, we found a convenient area to place our car in that we figured would be a safe spot. Then we hiked out into the woods. We had never actually been in this area before, so we had no set agenda of how we were going to explore really. We simply started out completely blind, hiking out through the woods. We were pretty high up in the hills when we set out, and the area we had parked the car in was actually very dark due to the amount of foliage in the area. It might have seemed a bit creepy at first if we wanted to take it that way. Actually though, there wasn't a whole lot that happened in the first few days. That's not to say we didn't see a lot of things or enjoy ourselves though. Just nothing really notable to be scary for someone reading this story. It was on the third night of our trip though that something really strange happened. We had set up our tents and were in them separately. I don't know if Todd had gone to bed yet or not by this point, but I had the impression that he was already fast asleep. I, however, was having a hard time and was staying up reading a book instead. It was around 11 p.m. that night, I believe. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a loud and shrill human scream. It cut through the regular sounds of the woods at night and startled me quite a bit. I dropped my book, took my flashlight, and rushed to get outside my tent. When I got there, Todd was working his way out too. I mentioned I thought he was sleeping. He seemed he was because he was slightly out of it. No sooner than he had worked his way out of the tent, we heard yet another scream cut through the night. More prepared for it this time, we were able to tell which direction it had come from. I was also able to discern that it seemed to be a male screaming as well. It seemed to be coming from a bit of a distance away from us. Todd asked what I thought we should do. I told him I had no idea. He suggested maybe we should try and find whoever was screaming, and see if we could try and help them out. I agreed, but told him we should bring our knives with us just in case. So, armed with our knives and flashlights, we started out walking in the direction the scream seemed to have come from. I was hoping to hear another sound, regardless of how scary it might be, to try and narrow down where we were supposed to be going. Without any further sounds from the guy we heard screaming, it was really like trying to find a needle in a haystack. We were hesitant to try calling out at first. We had no idea exactly what had been hurting this person and causing them to scream. As we kept fumbling through the woods and trees, though, more and more time passed since we'd last heard the person. We realized if we were going to help them out, we would have to hear from them. That meant we had to call out to him, even if it meant risking calling attention to ourselves. I called out a few times. It was terrifying to do so. If this person had been hurt by another human or an animal, we could be drawing that entity to us. We were pretty scared with every noise we heard right after. Unfortunately, we did not get any response, and no matter how hard we kept looking, we weren't able to find any trace of anyone in the dark. Worried that we might get lost after too long, we made the tough decision to go back and try to sleep instead. We would get up early the next morning and go out and see if we could find anything in the daylight, any clue as to what had happened. I don't think either of us managed to sleep the whole night, though. There was the constant wondering of what we'd just heard, coupled with the feeling that something bad had just happened. The following morning, we went to go and check around once the sun had lit the entire area up. Todd seemed just as worn down as I had. Really, we didn't talk about anything, though. We just went and searched the area as best as we could, now that we could actually see what we were doing. I don't know what we were hoping to find, really. I kept fearing we would stumble upon a dead body. Someone had been murdered in some brutal way or something. For some reason, I kept focusing on the idea it was probably a person who had injured the man we'd heard and not an animal. It was Todd that eventually found something. He called me over to have a look. We found an area where there was obviously some sort of struggle. On the surrounding ground, surrounding trees, there was blood everywhere. A huge amount of blood. We looked around a little bit more after seeing that, but not for very long. We were too unnerved by the whole discovery. Instead, we went back to our camp and discussed our next options. We decided the best thing to do was to just hike back to the car and move on from there. I'm not going to go into too much depth about that because nothing really happened on the way back. I mean, we had a general sense of unease the entire time, of course. We were nervous and the slightest sound scared us. It was scary, but nothing else really happened. We gave a detailed report to the police, but no idea if anything ever came of it. We gave them our contact information, but we never heard back from them. I'm a 28-year-old woman, and this happened to me when I was 13 years old. I'm an adult now, and I'm still kind of traumatized, to be honest with you. For a little bit of context, at 13 I transferred schools due to a lack of money. The school I went to was a cheaper private school, because where I lived, the public ones really sucked. I didn't have any friends for at least the first couple of months. I started noticing this boy, Victor. He was always staring at me during classes, in the hallways by the window. He'd stare at me at lunch as well. It was a pretty everyday thing. I didn't really care though. I was at an age when I only thought about stupid kid stuff like dolls or whatever. Oh, one more thing. I was flat as a table back then, so I looked like a really small child. The girls in my class started saying that Victor must have a crush on me. That creeped me out, obviously, because he was 18 years old. Still though, I didn't really think much about it as long as he didn't try to approach me or anything. Things escalated quickly, however. Victor started to follow me home every day. Thank God I moved since then, and he doesn't know where I live anymore. The most annoying thing he'd do, however, was that he'd constantly ask his friends to try and talk to me and try to convince me to go out with him and make out with him after school. These talks would usually take about 30 minutes of them trying extremely hard to convince me to go along with this. Victor would be behind them watching the conversation like some kind of freak. Obviously, I rejected him every time. Being the nice guy that he said he was, though, he spread rumors about us making out anyway. Nobody believed him because he was such a weird guy. The whole school knew about the events. The final straw, though, was when our school had to take a trip to a book fair. I was super excited. At this point, I had made a couple of friends of my own. On our way to this fair, I was on the bus with my friend. Victor was about 3 seats behind us. I could feel his eyes boring into my back the entire way there. Out of nowhere, he came and asked for my friend's cell phone because he needed to call someone. She handed it over to him, thinking he was telling the truth. How stupid of her. He returned her cell phone not even 2 minutes later. She checked to see if he'd done anything and showed me that he'd secretly taken a bunch of photos of me. I guess this was his way of saying that he'd already done this at some point before. She got extremely pissed and went to go confront him. When she returned, she looked extremely scared and said the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life. She told me that he'd cornered her and said that for confronting her, that when she least expected it, he'd push her into a bathroom and rape her. Today, the only thing that went through my mind was, what should I do now? I peeked over at him and he gave me this creepy smile. After this, I went the whole day looking behind my back, not leaving the side of my teacher or my friend. She didn't understand why I didn't want to walk around and explore at the fair. I was in alert mode the whole time, though. Thank God nothing bad happened. When I came home, I cried in my room like a baby. This was at the end of the year, and thankfully I switched schools soon after. I told my mom this, and she told me, yeah, that stuff happens. It happened to me too when I was your age. I was so shocked about how this was such a seemingly common thing. I'm 28 now, and I still see Victor out on the streets. He's even followed me around a few times. I always walk in circles until I lose him, but sometimes he tries to wait for me outside stores or restaurants. I think about what would have happened to me in the book fair if I didn't have my teacher next to me the whole time. I wonder if one day he'll try to do something, or he'll just keep up this creepy behavior. Several years ago, I was in the midst of an acrimonious divorce from my then-husband, full of crazy allegations and typical angry filings centered around the custody of our child. As with many divorces, friends and colleagues seemed to pick one side or the other. In my case, there was one sort of professional contact who reached out to me after hearing about the divorce, who offered to be a witness for my case. There were some experiences he related that I had previously been unaware of regarding my ex's behavior at networking events. After this initial call, he started to call on a semi-regular basis to make sure I was okay. Mind you, this was not someone I knew well prior to the separation. He was also much older than I was, but claimed to be very experienced with divorce and custody. I figured it was a good idea to be polite and not alienate him. His testimony was really important to my case, per the words of my lawyer. I kept things strictly friendly, but I always got a weird feeling about him. After a few months, he called one day, and that happened to be a day my son was very sick. When I told him I couldn't talk and explained why, he offered to run to the store for me. Honestly, I really appreciated that. After that, though, he kept on dropping by the house uninvited, or would stop by with various gifts for my son. Again, I kept telling myself to simply keep things polite. The divorce was coming soon anyway. I really couldn't afford to make this guy mad. During this time, he had also helped me set up a security camera system my dad had mailed me. At one point, I needed someone to walk my dog, and he had offered to do it. He used and returned a spare key that same day. One evening, he showed up while I was painting and insisted on sticking around to help, even though I was having my starting over catharsis and wanted to do it alone. Just after that day, he came around once again uninvited and unannounced with magazine photos of decor and started carrying on in this manic way about how we could finish decorating the house. I was so weirded out that I made an excuse to leave. I started ignoring his calls altogether and took my son and dog to stay at my parents' for several weeks to avoid another drop-in. I came home a few weeks later, thinking he must have gotten the hint by now. It was a very quiet day. The following morning, I took my son on an outing, something like the zoo, I believe. We both came back quite hot and tired. I put my kid down for a nap in my bed and decided to lay down and close my eyes with him. I woke up maybe an hour or so later. It took me a moment to realize that something was way off here. As I was blinking off the sleep, I realized there was a rose bush sitting on my bedside table. I had most definitely not put that there. There was a post-it note on it as well, something about planting it in the yard. I recognized the handwriting immediately and stood up to go splash some water on my face. I tried to decide whether to simply call my parents or phone the police. As I stepped in my bathroom, I realized the mirror was now covered in post-it notes, all with super creepy messages, love notes and calls of affection. Honestly, it really scared me. I was still waking up and trying to figure out how all this could have possibly gotten into my house in the hour I was asleep. The front door was still definitely locked. As I went from room to room, though, there were notes placed everywhere. I mean thousands of post-it notes covering the walls, in my cabinets. There was even one inside my coffee maker. I started to grab all of them and put them into a big pile. Then I got to one in the kitchen that made my blood run cold. You know, you're really cute when you think no one is watching you. I realized then that there was a security camera pointed right where that note had been left. The one that man had helped me set up months earlier, when I didn't think he was a psychopath. I called my parents in hysterics. I sent them a bunch of photos, and my dad insisted I should not call the police. Remember, this was during a custody battle. He said instead he would drive over and change the locks and put a chain on the door. We also immediately changed the passwords on the cameras, which had been installed to document if my ex tried to break into the house. That was the initial purpose at least. This man had access though, and could apparently see and hear everything going on inside my house for months. The security cameras, I realized, he had copied my passwords when I was setting up the system. The only way I could figure out that he got into my house is he must have made a copy of my house key the day I gave it to him. Because my dog had gotten to know him, he wouldn't have barked to try to warn me either. That scared me the most. I was absolutely horrified. This man had been in my house for a long time. There's no way he could have put up that many notes very quickly. He must have been right next to me, feet away from my son while we were both sleeping, and somehow he thought all this was okay. I left and stayed with my parents again for a few days, afraid of what the guy was going to do when he realized he was now both physically and digitally locked out of my house. When I came home, my son had gone to his dad's for the night. I was home alone, on the phone with another friend from out of town. At about 10 p.m., the man showed up at my door, pounding on it, trying the locks, screaming obscenities and demanding to be let into his house. Gone were all of the niceties. This was someone completely furious and derailed. All I could do was hide in my bedroom until he left an hour later. This was St. Patrick's Day, so I'm sure he'd been drinking as well. After that, there were several other times someone would start knocking on the door in the middle of the night, always when my son wasn't home. He tried reaching out using fake social media accounts as well, always getting blocked. Years later, I discovered he had secretly befriended my mom on Facebook, and therefore was still able to see all of the photos of us she posted or shared. I saw when she left her computer logged on that they were having a conversation about how he could get back into my life. I sold that house 2 years later. still finding new notes even as I was packing up. I'm more than relieved he no longer knows where I live. I don't post photos of my new house online now. I changed all the privacy settings on my social media accounts. I avoid all the places he used to go and the networking events he attends. I stay as under the radar as possible. I could never bring myself to play back the security camera videos. I was already traumatized enough and didn't want to see just how much danger we could have been in. This happened when I was 15, near Algonquin Park. My father and I were driving up to our cottage in the middle of winter. I always was so amazed at the beauty of the area and Muskoka, and had grown up enjoying the beauty of it every summer. Our cottage was on a large lake, about a 30-minute drive from the nearest town. There were probably thousands of cottages out on that lake. During summer, the lake and the town's population tripled. It was cottage country, so people would spend all summer enjoying the lake and warm nights around campfires with their family and friends. I spent pretty much every summer there growing up, and it still brings fond memories of sunshine and laughter and the sounds of motorboats out on the lake. But the winters were very different. And the people that didn't live there all year round would venture back home to the city life, leaving the area almost completely deserted, with the cottages all boarded up for the winter. There were a few people who would still frequently come up every couple of months for a few days or so, but for the most part the lake was completely silent during the winters, and the town was only filled with locals. The beautiful pine trees were always covered in snow, making an eerie ambiance. Our cottage was situated on a dead-end road. There were about 20 other cottages on that road, with ours being somewhat right in the middle. The cottages were quite spaced out, however, with our closest neighbors being too far away to even see through the trees. My dad had needed to head up there to do some painting that my mom had been bugging him to do. It was at the end of February, and it was a long weekend. I tagged along so he wouldn't be alone, and we could spend some quality time together. It was about a 5-hour drive, but it turned out to be an 8-hour drive this time due to the heavy snow. It had gotten dark out quite early, and it was around midnight as we drove through the park. It was deadly quiet and pitch black except for the headlights of our car. We finally passed through with only about 30 minutes left to arrive to our destination. It had finally stopped snowing, and we were both just eager to get there. As we turned down a familiar road, I remember my dad cursing a storm. It hadn't been plowed yet. This wasn't surprising, however. It probably wouldn't even be until later the next day that we would even see a snowplow. As we drove down the snowy road, we noticed there seemed to be a fresh set of tire tracks. "The Smiths must be up for the weekend," my dad said. All of a sudden, though, as we drove around the bend following the tire tracks, the headlights of the car shone on a white van that was parked on the side of the road. It was almost completely hidden by the vast trees that were covered in snow, hiding in the darkness. "What the?" my dad mumbled. As we drove past this van, I remember looking back through the back window and very clearly seeing 2 figures in the front seat, illuminated by our retreating taillights. As I told my dad this, he simply shrugged. "I don't know, maybe they're lost or something." I nodded, but I couldn't help but think about how this was a dead-end road, so why would they feel the need to park there of all places? As we pulled into our driveway and started bringing in all our stuff, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was not right here. I couldn't stop thinking about that van. Why was it there with 2 people just sitting in the dark in the middle of a snowing night? It spooked me so much that I begged my dad to let me sleep upstairs with him. I didn't want to sleep alone downstairs in the room my sister and I usually shared. It had big windows with no blinds that looked out into the blackness of the forest. My 15-year-old self was already scared enough of the dark. I didn't need to see the white van creeping around. It wasn't a big deal when my sister was there, but not alone, and not tonight. As my dad got ready for bed, I sat in the living room reading a book. My dad had turned all the lights off already, so I was using a small lamp next to the couch to try and get through one last chapter before bed. It was so quiet I could almost hear my own ears ringing. Suddenly, I started to get the feeling that I was now being watched. The living room also had large windows with no curtains that overlooked the lake. It was completely black outside, except for a single light from some cottages across the lake. I shut off the lamp and got up. Now, the cottage was completely dark. The moon was shining brightly, illuminating the snow. It was quite a beautiful sight, actually. I walked toward the window a bit to get a better look. As I did so, movement caught the corner of my eye. I remember my heart dropping as I saw two figures down by the back porch, crouched below the window, barely hidden by the surrounding trees. I dropped to the floor and crawled toward the bedroom where my dad was sleeping, my heart in my throat. I couldn't be sure if they had seen me or not. I hurriedly woke my dad up, and by the time he got to the window, the two figures were long gone. Where I had seen the figures, though, were two sets of footprints in the snow, which led back around to the front of the cottage and back down the driveway. I begged my dad not to go outside. He double-checked the locks and turned on the porch lights, hopefully to scare the intruders off. My dad wasn't as freaked out as I was, but he still set the alarm before he headed back to bed. I was extremely freaked out, though. I lay there all night next to my dad, terrified I'd look out the window and see someone staring back at me. The next morning, we went outside and confirmed there were two sets of footprints leading from the road to behind our cottage, then back around to the front and back up the road. There were also tire marks that showed a vehicle had turned around and then gone back up to the main road. My dad guessed they were probably looking to break in and steal stuff, as it was in the middle of winter and not too many people were at the lake. Thing is, though, these guys knew we were there. They would have seen our tire tracks leading up to the cottage and my dad's car parked up front. They would also have seen the lamp I'd turned on to read, or at least seen it go off. My dad didn't have an answer to that, and after much back and forth, he called the non-emergency line and reported it. Apparently, there had been some break-ins in the area, and some stuff had been stolen from some cottages that were boarded up for the winter. I still wonder to this day, though, why would they be interested in stealing from the only house that clearly had people still inside it? When I was around 15 or so, my mom and stepfather got divorced in a pretty dramatic way. The whole household was turned upside down, and everyone's routines were thrown off. Mom was out doing something most nights after work. My little sister spent more time with her friends, and I became something of a night owl, usually waiting until the wee morning hours to lie down. Our house was a simple one in a rural area. 2 stories with a huge backyard sharing a fence with both a cow pasture and the entrance to these really thick woods. The house had a lot of problems, but I enjoyed taking over the maintenance and gardening work. They gave me something to do when I was feeling depressed at the time. For some perspective, our kitchen windows looked out directly to the fence described above. The left half of it bordered one of the black corners of the big cow pasture, while the right half bordered the entrance to the woods. It had a rather overgrown trailhead on that side, just barely visible from the kitchen window. For the most part, though, all you could really see was overgrown grass and shrubbery, at least 4 or 5 feet high. Perhaps some low-hanging trees of mixed oak and cedar variety. This backdrop added a sort of eerie tranquility to our property, which I appreciated from the very first day we moved in. One night, I took a break from my homework after realizing I'd stayed up way too late on a Thursday night, even for my standards. I went downstairs to make some food, and my dog followed behind me like she always did. There I was making a grilled cheese in the kitchen. While I was at the sink cleaning out the pan for the next batch, I noticed some of the grass from the wood line start to shuffle around. Now that really startled me at first, but as soon as I began to fixate on it, I saw no more disturbance. We lived in wildlife country at the time, so I figured it was probably a deer, coyote, or a cougar, unsurprising for the latter, given the farmer who owned the pasture had dozens of cows and sometimes did not bring them in at night. Strangely enough, though, I began to notice this even more often in the nights following. Always, whenever I was doing dishes after eating, I would look out the window, only to see grass shuffling around, then see nothing further as I fixated on the spot. I was always a fan of scary movies, and I tended to be a jumpy kid already. Each time I did my best to convince myself I wasn't really seeing any sort of pattern. This changed, though, when my dog would start fixating on the woods too, and barking at night. Furthermore, our motion sensor security light began to stay activated sometimes, for hours on end, only switching off when I would go to the kitchen to make my midnight snacks. Eventually, I told my mom all about this, and while she did initially seem concerned, she also pointed out that we did live behind the woods after all, so we should expect animals or occasional homeless squatters nearby our property. If I was really that concerned, I could always just call the police or animal control. I didn't really disagree myself, and for the most part gave the matter no further thought each night forward. One particular night, though, I decided at 1 a.m. spontaneously to take a dip in our hot tub in the backyard. I changed and my dog and I went outside. I climbed into the tub, closed my eyes, and zoned out like usual. I was suddenly whipped out of my trance when I heard a loud crunch, followed by what sounded like someone falling over into some bushes. I stood up immediately and turned around. "Who's there?" No one replied. It was dead silent, and I had the creeps now. I quickly put on my robe and rushed inside. The very next day, I told my neighbor friend and at the time crush about this. She thought I was being ridiculous, but nonetheless agreed to go with me to check out that part of the woods to see if there was any evidence of anyone or anything hiding in that direction I'd heard the noise coming from. We stomped through the woods until we got to where we could see the back of my house. We checked under every shrub and blackberry bush, but found nothing. It was probably just a coyote or something, deciding whether or not you would make a good dinner, the neighborhood girl said, smirking. I playfully flipped her off and laughed, quietly relieved there was no creepy person stalking me the previous night. Well, of course, I was wrong about that, because that night as I was making my usual dinner, our security light came on once again. I raced to the back door to see what was up. This time, though, I could barely make out a shadowy 6-foot figure disappearing through the trailhead and into the brush to the right of it. My heart skipped a beat, and my dog, probably sensing my nerves, began to growl furiously. I called out into the night, "Who the fuck's out there? Come out right now!" Of course, there was nothing but silence. After sitting in the dining room for an hour, I figured I must be being paranoid. Maybe I was seeing something subconsciously, afraid of being out in the dark. I called my neighbor back, and she surprisingly didn't call me crazy this time. She told me she would tell her dad about it in the morning. I never saw that sort of thing again, and my neighbor's dad just chalked it up to being a homeless person camping out in the woods. Very most a stalker from one of the houses around ours. Something he explained wouldn't be surprising, as my sister was quite a looker. He thought it would make sense she would have a stalker, as if that was supposed to make me feel better or something. I suppose, though, in the end it did. Months passed by and I forgot about this fairly quickly. That is, until a local news bulletin came out about a sexual predator having been recently apprehended by local police. It was a report from a couple living a few houses down from us, filed about the wife being approached at night by a tall, gaunt man in the evening hours when she was watering her garden boxes. She said he'd suddenly appear from the woodwork, quietly as if trying to sneak up on her. When she noticed him, she demanded his name, but he darted back into the woods. She called the sheriff immediately, unlike me, and a half an hour or so later, the department combed through those woods and apprehended the man, who was hiding underneath a fallen tree nearby. All the report said was that the man claimed he had been living in the woods for months, surviving on snacks stolen from a nearby gas station, and would not give a reason for why he was out there. Supposedly, he was wanted for numerous offenses on minors and vulnerable adults some years prior, whatever those ended up being. Now, years later, I still get uncomfortable looking out into the woods at night, anywhere I may live. Who can blame me? This story is told from a woman's perspective. I work in the city and live out in the suburbs. To avoid traffic, I take the commuter train to and from work. It's economical, it saves time, and it's generally a pretty stress-free way of traveling. I say generally because once I had a very awful experience riding home from work. And to set the scene a little bit, this happened in the winter, so the sun was already down when I got off work at 5 p.m. In addition, it was snowing as well. I made it to the train station, only to find it was extremely crowded. I had to push my way onto the train and try to find a good seat. The cars were pretty filled up to the brim already, so I ended up sitting in the only open spot in the entire car. It was a bench seat, situated right next to this pretty big guy. When you ride trains, you get used to having to sit next to people. But even so, you can sometimes sit next to somebody who makes you feel really uncomfortable right away. This is what happened in this case. The man I was sitting next to was pretty huge, and he made me feel very uneasy. Even though the trains were crowded, the bench seats were still big enough to allow space between the two passengers sitting on them. This guy, though, kept on trying to press up against me. I kept my earbuds in order to keep him from trying to talk to me, but he was obviously not keeping to his side of the seat. As much as I tried to just ignore him, he made the entire ride extremely nerve-wracking for me. Several times even, I just wanted to get up and walk away, but the train was too crowded to even move. There were passengers standing in the aisle, and there wasn't any room at all. I did try to consider that perhaps he might not have been trying to do this on purpose. Maybe he didn't notice it happening. After all, he didn't have a lot of room either. The stop where I was supposed to get off at would soon arrive. I realized I'd have to get up then in order to make it out. As soon as we stopped, I hopped up and tried to force myself through the crowd of people. I made my way out to the doors as everyone began to leave, and I got off myself as well. With a bit of shock, I noticed that the man had also gotten off out of the doors from the next car down. There were a lot of people getting off at that particular stop, but then I noticed him staring directly at me. As he kept looking, he lit up a cigarette and just stood by the train station, watching me as I walked away. Most of the other passengers got into their cars and drove off. I was stuck walking the rest of the way home, though. I kept looking back over my shoulder, and for the longest time, he just stood there smoking his cigarette and watching me. Soon, the crowd dispersed, however. As soon as they did, he crushed out his cigarette and began to walk in my direction. He was moving very fast now. I sped up myself, now really worried. I checked back over my shoulder and was scared to see the man was now sprinting after me. I had no idea what he intended, but I knew this could be no good. The next part is pretty blurry. He must have caught up with me at some point, because I remember him tackling me. I recall getting hit and falling down to the sidewalk. I hit my head on the side of the curb and completely blacked out. Next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital with a concussion and quite a few lacerations. They said the guy had a knife on him, and he'd cut open my shirt pretty badly. He had run off, though, when a couple of senior citizens who were out taking a walk saw him in the middle of attacking me. They called the ambulance for me. The police never found the guy in the end either. We had no idea what he really intended, but I guess I could have guessed. Since the man was never caught, I was scared to death for the longest time. Whenever I went to work, whenever I walked down the street, whenever I rode the train, I was terrified of the smallest things. It took me a long time to be able to recover from that experience. I think the scariest thing about the ocean is how much happens out there without you ever knowing and without consequence. That might not make too much sense, but it will after you hear this story of what happened to me. I was out in my boat with a couple of friends, Joe, Wendy, and Tom. We were having a really good day, just enjoying the water. I don't want to give out the location because the situation was way too disturbing, but we had gone pretty far out there. Normally, we wouldn't stay out too long after dark, but we were having such a good time drinking, telling stories, and the sky was so clear and beautiful that we decided to stay a bit longer. If you've never seen the clear sky at night out on the ocean, then I hope you get the chance to sometime. We were up on deck when a sudden flash of light caught our eye. Tom went over to the side of the boat and shined one of the lights in the direction of that flash. When he did, we saw something that really surprised us. There was a much smaller boat out there in the middle of the darkness, and I mean, this was a really small boat. Sort of like a personal motorboat, not the one you would ever expect people to be using except in more shallow water. It was quite a surprise. It seemed to be floating right in our direction, caught adrift. We tried to make contact with the boat. We figured it was unlikely they were using radio, so we used our sound signal to blast 5 short and very quick blasts of sound toward them. The signal tells the other boat that you don't really know what their intent is. I mean, we didn't think they were up to anything bad really, but it was weird to see such a tiny boat that far out and apparently adrift. There was no response at all. We debated about what we should do. Wendy suggested we should just leave it, because whoever it was must have been up to something shady. Tom and I didn't really think that would be the right choice though. Joe wanted to approach the boat, and although I was a bit nervous about the idea, I told him that as long as we kept our distance, we could try and get a closer look at what was going on. We slowly started to approach the tiny boat. We shone our lights, but we were still not getting any sort of response. Even a small motorboat colliding with a much bigger boat like ours could still cause damage, so we had to be very careful approaching. I preferred to get close to it before possibly grabbing it with a beam if needed. I can't tell you the right words to explain how creepy it was in the dark, watching this small boat just slowly coming towards us in the water. We watched as it bobbed up and down with the waves, just a shadow on the vast ocean. We pulled up as close as we were comfortable with. I called out, asking if anyone was in need of assistance. There was no answer, but there was clearly something sitting at the wheel. We told the driver we were going to shine our light over there. This was a precaution so we didn't blind the man. He didn't answer, so we went ahead and did so. As we did, though, I realized there was no way the lights could have hurt his eyes in the first place. He didn't have any. All this man had were 2 empty sockets coated with dry and crusty blood. The man was obviously dead. My friends wanted to leave and get the hell out of there as quickly as possible, but I didn't feel right leaving a dead guy out in the middle of the ocean that way. We carefully pulled the boat close to us, and I called the Coast Guard. It took a while, but they came out and got the boat and took us in for some questioning. They were fine with us, not accusing us or anything, but also not telling us much of what they thought either. To this day, I don't know any details of who that man was or what happened to him to make him like that. Honestly, I'm happy I don't. I don't really need to know. I remember the looks of those 2 empty eye sockets as that dead man floated on his boat out on the ocean, a lifeless and directionless captain on a dead vessel. I don't ever need to know anything else about him. I don't think I could handle it. So I recently had the unfortunate ability to recall something really scary my older sister and I saw on a walk home during elementary school. She confirmed what I remembered was true, and the more I think about it, the more it scares my now 36-year-old brain. My sister Bianca and I are 4 years apart. I had the blessing of being able to have the most attentive and protective big sister ever, and she always had this remarkable sixth sense about her. So I was 7 years old, 1st or 2nd grade. My sister was in the 5th grade, age 11. We lived in a small town in the South Bay area of California, about 45 minutes south of San Jose. It was an extremely hot day, but we walked the usual 8 blocks from our elementary school to our home. Some info regarding our mother. She worked nights stalking at our local Safeway most of my adolescent life, so we were very independent children. Get up, get ready for school, go on our own. Mom slept until 3:30 p.m., then cleaned up, washed, and made dinner. Then she went out to work right away. That's just some background for the type of childhood I had at the time. Every day we stayed after school for an hour with our favorite kindergarten teacher, Miss Marfia. My siblings and I all had the blessing of having the same teacher that we developed a super close relationship with. We enjoyed helping her clean up and prepare for her morning class every day. Usually afterwards, Miss Marfia would drive us home, but she couldn't that afternoon. She had to stay later than usual to wait for her husband James to pick her up and take her to the mechanic to grab her car. This meant that my sister and I were going to be the only kids walking home at this time. We didn't care though, because we loved helping out our wonderful teacher, who was also our friend. In the 90s, the area behind our house was undeveloped. A lot a good 3 blocks long by 1.5 blocks wide, directly in front of the newly placed skate park. From our backyard gate, we could see that very same park. Upon passing by that park, we would always race and run from the sidewalk that bordered it to the back door of our fence. This was my favorite, because my sister always let me feel like I was a winner. Halfway through the run this time, though, I was ahead, as usual, and I was passing through the normal sticker brushes. There was a lot of dirt and ugly tall weeds that would poke you badly if you got too close. Some of the bushes you could even hide under, they were so big. I'm literally only 100 yards from the fence when I hear my sister suddenly scream out my name. Not like a normal scream either. She shouted my first and middle name extremely sharply. I stopped dead in my tracks. I turned around and yelled backward, "What?" Before I could even fully turn around to see what was going on though, she pummeled into me. She was grabbing my shoulders while wrapping her arm to shield my face from what I'm sure I would be scared of in that moment. This was all while pushing me forward. I was so confused. There was no time to say anything. From the break between her fingers though, I swore I could see 2 sets of legs under a large bush. This is where my memory plays like I'm just watching a movie, and I can rewind every detail. I've spent many hours with my sister, recalling everything I'd blocked out. I was scared, but I could vividly recall it still. I witnessed an assault. They were lying down under a larger bush, with both sets of legs exposed. I saw a man dressed in a red tank top, with blue dirty jeans and black boots. He had sunglasses on, and he was very agitated looking. This was because he was choking a young woman. She was probably barely 20, wearing overalls, a white shirt, and white sandals. Her face was dirty, bruised, and her lips were blue, scratching at his hands and screaming. This is all I got to see, obviously more than enough for a child. My sister quickly grabbed me and yanked me an alternative way. I was so scared, asking her, "What was that? That guy was killing her." My sister simply said we had to hurry home and tell my mom. All I could see after is a blur until we got home and woke my mom up, hysterically telling her what we saw. She called the police, but we never got any information regarding the woman. I've scoured the internet for anything about an assault, kidnapping, anything in the area, but I've never seen or heard anything. My sister cried when I asked her recently about this memory, thinking it was something I'd just had a nightmare about once. The details I recalled, though, made her scared that it severely traumatized me enough to not remember. Who knows, though? It's scary in any context. I really hope that girl managed to get away, though, and the man that was attacking her reaped what he sowed eventually. When I was a teenager in the 1970s, I had the coolest bedroom. The room was sort of a dormer design with the ceiling slanted downward, great for hanging some psychedelic posters. The bedroom had crawl spaces attached as well, great for stashing stuff when I was older. Best of all was the window that opened to the garage roof, easy to scramble out there without the parents knowing. Anyway, a couple of strange things happened to me in that bedroom when I was 13 or 14 years old. In this series of strange events, the creepiest thing happened to me one night in the spring when I was reading in bed at around 8 o'clock at night. I had the window open and the bedroom door closed. The rest of the family was home, I could hear them downstairs watching Happy Days together or something. As a teenager, though, I was way too cool for that, which is why I was in my bedroom doing some really cool reading. All of a sudden, though, I heard something big moving around on the garage roof. The bed was right under the window, so I could hear it very plainly. I couldn't see anything because of the angle, though. That anything would be on the roof at all was a big shock to me. There weren't any trees anywhere close by, and the house had an aluminum siding as well. It's not like a cat could just climb up the side or something. I was thinking maybe a big bird landed on the garage roof, perhaps an owl or something. It was a bit strange at that time of night, though. Then it got real scary. I could faintly make out that whatever was out there was starting to breathe really heavily. As the breathing got closer and closer to the window, it started to sound more and more like a person. I could hear the breathing getting louder as they approached close to the opening. It got closer and closer. The breathing was so loud now. I was frozen in terror, huddled in the corner of my bed underneath that window. I wanted to leap up and run down the stairs, but I was paralyzed in fear. Whatever was out there was only a few feet away from my face now. I imagined them looking in through the window at me. Even though I could hear my family watching TV downstairs, I was so scared I was holding my breath, trying not to make a single noise. After a minute or two, during which I felt like there were eyes piercing me with their gaze, whatever it was started moving away from the window. I could hear the heavy breathing getting fainter in the night. Once I could barely hear the thing, still too scared to move, I started screaming bloody murder. My two brothers came running up the stairs to see what was wrong. I told them something was out on the roof. They rushed out to take a look, only to tell me I was full of shit and to quit wasting their time. Then they rushed back downstairs to watch TV. I closed and locked the window, shut the blinds, and moved my bed to the other side of the room. The next morning, in the light of the day, I went to check, but I didn't see anything out of ordinary on the garage roof. Needless to say, it was months before I dared to open that window again. Sometimes you have to be really careful how you interact with some people. I had a very messed up experience several years ago when I was on a long nature hike. I was just trying to get away from it all for a bit. I do that about once a year. It's mostly on a hiking trail that doesn't go very deep into the woods. I've never really been the type to want to get totally lost in the wilderness anyway, though. On this particular trip, on the second day of hiking, I set up my tent in an area I thought was ideal. It actually looked like it had been camped in before. That's actually the whole reason I chose it. I set up a fire and tried to relax a little bit after a long day of hiking. While I was in my tent, though, I suddenly saw a shadow of a very large man fall upon it. The man started slapping at the door of the tent, demanding I come out immediately. Confused, I went ahead and did so. There was an enormous, scary-looking man. He had a huge, scraggly beard and scars all over his forehead. I was definitely caught by surprise. The man started screaming at me for stealing his camping area. I was extremely surprised now. I told him I was sorry. It didn't really seem to me like anybody had been camping there recently. There wasn't a tent or even a trace of anyone there, other than signs of camping from a while ago. He didn't seem to care, though. He just went on and on. I was about to offer to pack up my stuff and find another spot. However, in the middle of yelling at me, this very strange man just wandered off into the woods, still yelling. Obviously, I didn't sleep too well that night. I kept expecting the guy to come back, but he never appeared before me again. The following day, I went further on with my hike. I had mostly forgotten about the encounter by the time I came to this ravine. I had been to this area before. You had to cross a long rope bridge to get to the other side. I always hated that. The drop was extremely steep, and right into the river as well. I was always scared the bridge would suddenly collapse while I was on it. I mean, it didn't look rickety or anything, and it always held tight every time I crossed it before, but it still wasn't an easy thing to get over. especially because I've always had a problem with heights. Anyway, I began walking slowly and carefully across the bridge. I was probably a fourth of the way across when I suddenly felt it begin swaying strongly. It was so sudden I almost lost my balance and tumbled below, but I grabbed and held on. I wasn't sure why this was happening, but then I looked behind me. The huge man from the night before was right behind me. He wasn't walking after me though. He was standing on the bridge right on the edge and using all of his strength to make it sway. Surely he was hoping I would lose my balance and fall in. I guess he figured that if I lost my balance and I got hurt, having me fall off the bridge would make it seem like an accident. Feeling sick and scared, I realized I had to do my best to hold on and slowly make my way across the bridge. I was extremely frightened and the bridge was swaying heavily. I got down to my hands and knees and crawled the rest of the way across. I had to keep looking back to see if the man was following me. He never did though. He just continued to make the bridge sway back and forth and even tried to turn it upside down in an effort to get me to fall over. I had to stop about 3/4 of the way across to throw up. I almost lost my grip because of the retching, but I managed to hang on still. It was a nightmare, and I didn't think I was going to make it. My hands were slippery and losing grip. It wasn't until my feet were safely on the other side that I finally calmed down a bit. When I was able to get up, I looked back across the bridge. The huge man was already gone. When I didn't fall, I guess he went back into the woods. I just waited on that side of the bridge till more hikers came across. I explained to them what happened, and they escorted me back across the bridge. I reported the guy to the park rangers, but I have no idea what happened afterward, if anything did at all. So I'm a huge fan of hiking, or simply taking walks in the woods as well. The only time I go alone is when I'm in the woods I live near. This day I was not. I was with my friend Lars in a walk about 3 hours from my home. We were planning on traveling around and staying at motels in the meantime. That day we decided to take a walk in a popular area for people who like to walk in the woods like me. Catch was that these woods were freaking huge. Not really bad for us though. We were thrilled actually. There wasn't very much to do there, although it was very pretty. We escaped the crowd, but every now and then we would still see someone walking by. We walked for a while until we got to this spot not too different from the rest, except for one thing. Nobody else was around in this section. That's why Lars and I had taken this turn. The other one had quite a few people on it still. After a while of walking down this empty path, we were surprised when we spotted a man, a completely naked man. We gave each other a look and turned around immediately. The man was slightly off the path, seemingly bent over and looking at something. As Lars and I were walking back, talking about that strange man, I heard a voice call out from behind me. I turned to see the man. He was calling out to us about some bug he had just picked up. I got a real good look at him. He was a bit tall, though nothing crazy, bald with a few brown hairs growing out. Completely naked, though. I flashed the man a smile and started walking faster. We got out of the place as fast as we could. Once we got to the car, we actually kind of laughed at ourselves. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but actually it was weirdly funny thinking on it after. The car ride was nothing really to talk about, so skip back to the motel. As we're checking in, we see the man walk in. He was a bit hard to recognize, considering the fact that he now had clothes on, just a bit torn up. He waited behind us in line. Good thing we were almost done checking in, because as soon as we did, we went right to our room and locked it with no other thoughts. Now this was definitely creepy. Was he following us, or was it just a coincidence and he happened to be staying at the same motel? We both decided we weren't going to stay for more than one night. Heck, I didn't even want to stay one night if it weren't for Lars telling me it would be fine. That night, Lars wanted to go out for a cigarette. I don't smoke myself, but no way was I going to stay in the room alone. I followed him outside and we chatted for a bit. After a few minutes though, I see that guy walk out of one of the doors. Lars put out his cigarette immediately and began to walk inside. Before we managed to get in, we saw the guy pull out a knife from his jacket. It was dark, so I couldn't really see. I did see he'd started carving through his sleeve though and right into his arm. I saw blood trickling to the ground. I rushed into the lobby. Lars got the same idea and followed. We alerted the staff, but by the time they got someone to come out and check, the man had completely disappeared. To this day, I have no idea what was going on with that man. Did he follow us? Why was he naked in the woods? And why did he just randomly start stabbing himself? I'll never know the answer, but honestly, I'm still spooked. The strangest thing that ever happened to me happened on Thanksgiving when I was about 10 years old. My dad was working that night, so my mom and me were the only ones home for dinner. We lived in a slightly rural area. What I mean is that we weren't way out in the country, but the houses in the neighborhood were not side by side either. Ever since I've grown up, we've started having Thanksgiving dinner earlier in the day. When I was younger, my parents didn't do it that way though. In fact, I was a bit surprised when I found out it was normal to have it earlier in the day. We always had our dinner in the evening, no different than we would for any other meal. This year was the first that we were going to be having it without my dad home. He had been promoted recently, and part of that promotion had him working on holidays. That part was truly terrible, but he did make a lot more money, so we had things a lot nicer the rest of the time. My mom and I were just sitting down for dinner when we heard a sudden knock at the door. My mom got up and went to answer it. When she came back, I asked her who was there. She said at the time it was not important. However, later in life she explained to me that it was a drifter who was begging for food. She had offered to give him something, but apparently he had wanted to come inside and eat with us. She refused, of course. She offered to bring him some food to the door even. When he wouldn't accept that, she told him to just leave right now. The two of us sat down at the table, and we'd barely begun eating when we heard a loud shattering noise. The man had thrown a large rock through our living room window. My mom got up and immediately went to phone the police. I went with her, holding onto her leg as fear gripped me. I saw the drifter through the window. He hadn't smashed the hole big enough for him to fit through, though he was reaching inside with one hand and trying to break more glass off with the other. He began moaning, "I just want some turkey. Bring me some turkey." It was so weird and terrifying. He succeeded in breaking off more of the glass, which caused his hand to begin bleeding profusely. My mom grabbed me and shoved me into her bedroom. She sat me down on the bed, then went to the closet and pulled out my dad's rifle. I was scared to death already, but being a 10-year-old kid, I was also scared of the idea my mom was about to shoot a guy. Yeah, I know he was trying to break into our house, but it was still frightening. My mom left me in the room and locked the door behind her. I heard her yelling at the guy, but I couldn't make out either the words or his response. I just buried my head deep under the blankets. After a few more heated exchanges, I heard a gunshot that scared the hell out of me. I tried to be quiet for a few moments. Afterwards, I heard another gunshot. My mom came back to the room and locked the door behind her when she was inside. We then waited for the police to come. They got there pretty quickly, surprisingly. It took a while before I knew what truly happened. My mom hadn't shot at the guy. She'd fired off a warning shot. When the guy doubted she would use the gun on him, and the warning shot hadn't scared him off, she fired another shot right next to his head. He quickly fled. The police picked him up pretty quickly after. It's quite weird, huh? Thanksgiving is not supposed to be the scary holiday. This story happened when I was a junior in high school. I, a woman, was a friendly and curious person. 1 month into the fall semester, we got this new transfer student. He looked kinda nervous, seated right behind me. His name was Joe. I, of course, introduced myself to him, trying to ease the tension a bit. I showed him what we had learned so far and helped him to look over his class schedule. We had 2 classes and lunch period together. Naturally, we got to know each other and became friends. He was a quiet kid but talked a lot around me. I assumed he was just kind of comfortable around me. I made it very clear we were just friends, and he agreed. We started hanging out with my friends together. Now, fast forward to spring break. I told Joe I was going out of town with my family. He seemed disappointed we couldn't spend the break together, but he thought that was understandable. At some point, though, I ran into Joe in a restaurant. I hadn't told him where I was going, so I thought to myself, wow, what a coincidence. He said his family was visiting the same town. Now, moving on to senior year, Joe and I hung out at least once a week. That then turned into 2 and then into 3. I noticed we were starting to spend too much time together. I wanted to make time for my other friends too. And that's when things started to change. I ran into Joe, or should I say saw him out of the corner in my eye, whenever I would spend time with someone else, or by myself. He started to become very obsessive and clingy. The first 2 to 3 times, I didn't really think that much of it. It all became much more clear, though, when I started to question him one time. He slipped up in that moment and accidentally said he'd followed me because he wanted to make sure I was safe. I felt real betrayed and creeped out. He apologized and asked for forgiveness, but I told him I didn't want to be friends anymore. Of course, he got angry and left. He didn't come to school for the next 2 to 3 days. My friends told me he'd harassed them for snitching on him. He came back to school at some point, though, and we pretended we didn't know each other. On my walk home one day, though, I heard Joe calling my name in a low and unfamiliar tone. He was nowhere to be seen when I looked around. I don't know why, but my gut told me to escape as fast as I could. I started running, and I kept running until I got home. I made sure every window and door was locked. I was convinced I was being paranoid at this point, though. Then my phone started to light up. Joe called me over and over. I then heard him calling my name again from outside. He was in front of my house now, banging on the door. I called my dad and told him what was happening. I pleaded with Joe to stop banging. Everything went completely silent after 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The last things I heard from him were, "You'll always be my best friend." The issue was brought to the school, and he never showed up again. Now, 4 years have passed by. Just a few days ago, I got friend requests on 2 of my social medias. It was Joe. I blocked him and changed all my media names to something else. I don't even live in the same town, nor in the same country. I'm now on the other side of the world, but I still can't help but feel scared like 18-year-old me once again. I'm not the friendly person I once was, and I've become cautious around other people because of people like Joe. I'm a 17-year-old from the UK, and this took place a few months ago at my grandfather's funeral, or at least the after party for it. Me, my cousin, and her best friend were all drinking a bit, because that's what you do at a wake or whatever. I was 16 at the time it happened, and I needed to get home at 1 in the morning. I was completely shit-faced, so I called a taxi for myself. I wasn't going to be able to walk home in the state I was in. After 10 minutes, the taxi arrived. I quickly finished my drink, said goodbye to everyone there, and got in the taxi waiting outside. The taxi driver was a pretty ordinary-looking Pakistani or Indian-seeming guy, with dark hair and some thick glasses. I paid to go home, which cost something along the lines of £40, 50 maybe. I never said a word to him beside my destination. On the way, he asked a bunch of questions. My age, why I was out drinking so late, and why I was going home alone. I told him I was 18. I don't know why I did. Maybe I just wanted to feel older or not get in trouble or something. I said I was on the way back from a funeral and wanted to dull the pain. I didn't answer the last question he asked me though, if anyone was at home to open the door for me or see me to bed safely. At the time, I was just thinking the man was a good Samaritan, wanting to make sure I was safe. I just said that everyone at home was likely asleep, but it didn't really matter. I was often a rebel and came in late anyway, and they all knew that. In retrospect, I probably should have just said there was someone at home waiting for me to return. About halfway through the journey, the driver drove right past the turn he was meant to take. I pointed this out to him, and he just said his way was much quicker, and he didn't want to waste my time getting home. Wrong turn after wrong turn passed, and he used the same excuse every time. This way is much quicker, come on, don't worry about it. Then though, he turned down an alley near a closed-down theater and a car dealership, which was also closed down. I told him he must be confused, because this was nowhere near my house. The car slowly came to a stop, and I became even more confused. I asked him what was wrong. He wrapped his arm around me and told me he couldn't focus on the road because of how distracting I was. He leaned in to a kiss, but I blocked him with my hand and asked him what the hell he was doing. Keeping one hand on my shoulder, he grabbed my leg. This is when I started getting serious creeper vibes. He then unzipped his trousers and presented himself to me. I went from thinking he was just a regular guy who'd been receiving mixed signals or something to a full-blown rapist in seconds. He began to try and feel me up. I honestly had no idea what to do in this situation. Should I do what he wanted or try to escape? What if I didn't? He might try to kill me or something. I made a snap judgment and went along with it. I pretended everything was totally fine. I started to feel him up too. Luckily, before it could get anywhere else, he got a call. He told me he needed to answer it, and we had to do this some other time. I said okay, and he dropped me off at home. I haven't told anyone, and don't plan on doing so. I haven't called a single taxi since. I'm glad it didn't go anywhere further though, because if it did, I could have been killed or worse. Whoever was on the other side of that phone call, I really owed them my life. I called the police anonymously the next morning and gave them a description of the incident. No arrest has been made yet though. This story happened 3 years ago, around the time that COVID started. It was a while back, but still worthy of a share, I think. It was early 2020. I had just gotten a new job in a small town near my area. I was looking for a place to live, and my sister offered to rent her house to me. She had bought the house 2 years prior, but she and her husband didn't really take to it. Their commute to work was long, so they moved away, and the house was left uninhabited. Luckily for me, it was actually really close to my own workplace. My sister pretty much offered to rent it out to me for free. All I had to do was pay for the water and electricity, and look after the house as well. I had been living there for a solid 2 or 3 months, and had already gotten used to it. One night, after coming back from work and parking my car, as I started to walk towards the door, I noticed something a bit odd. There was a cigarette butt on the curb to my house. I leaned down and picked it up to observe it, thinking that maybe it had been mine since I was a smoker. After looking at the brand, though, I realized it was not, and I threw it away properly. I didn't really think that much of it, and shrugged it off as some asshole throwing their trash at my curb. I went on with my night, and nothing unusual really happened. 2 days later, I was once again walking to my house, when I spotted more cigarette butts, this time in the area of my porch instead. Needless to say, I was pretty damn pissed off at the thought of someone sitting on my porch, smoking and throwing their trash there, but since I didn't know who it was, there wasn't really anything I could do about it. I noticed that they had been put out pretty recently, so whoever it was had probably walked off when they saw me approaching. That night, I was watching a movie on my laptop, and it was pretty late, past 1 a.m. I was surprised when I heard a car passing by. It's a suburban neighborhood during COVID, so people rarely ventured out at night. I didn't put that much thought into it though. Around a half hour later, I was very surprised when I heard some chatting nearby. I listened in, but I couldn't quite hear what they were talking about, as their voices seemed almost muffled and quiet. By this point, I was getting a bit unnerved, so I stopped the movie and quietly got off my sofa. I walked over to the front door to make sure it was locked. As I was approaching the door, I froze mid-step as I heard the two outside approaching my porch and reducing their talking to a low whisper. I realized right away that whoever this was about to break in. I leaned against my front door and waited, expecting a loud bang against it or for the doorknob to be shaken, but instead it was now oddly quiet outside. I decided to walk over to my window to see if maybe they had walked away or changed their mind perhaps. My windows have bars from the inside out that you have to unlock so you can move the curtains or look out the window comfortably. I unlocked the bar mechanism and lifted it up. I moved the curtains and was taken aback when I saw that leaning up against my window was a man. He must have been as startled as I was, because he basically tripped over his own feet as he jumped backwards. He tightened his hoodie to cover his face. All I could see was his big blue eyes looking at me. His friend realized what was going on and immediately started to kick the door in. He kicked it a solid 4 or 5 times, but the door refused to budge. The whole time I was staring at them, frozen in fear and trying to comprehend the situation. I snapped out of it and slammed the bars back over my window, locking them and running upstairs to the storage room, where I pushed a table in front of the door and called the cops. As I listened, I expected the two to come inside at any minute. I heard a loud crash and the bars from the windows being shaken aggressively. When they realized they couldn't get in that way, one of them let out a long, angry scream that probably woke up half the neighborhood. By the time the cops arrived, of course, they were long gone. The police couldn't find out who it was, but they were more active in the neighborhood in the following weeks. Regardless, I was not keen on staying there anymore, so shortly after I moved out. My sister sold the house a few months later, and as far as I know, nothing similar ever happened since. I honestly don't know what they wanted or why they were so determined to get in that night. I like to take an annual camping trip all by myself. I live in New York, but I was actually raised out in the country. Every year I have to get away from the hustle and bustle of city life and just enjoy nature for a bit. About 5 years ago, though, I had a really scary occurrence while out on my annual trip. I was out for a good hike, maybe about 2 days in, when I came across something that really surprised me. What was such a surprise to me was that there was actually an old cabin just out in the middle of nowhere in the mountains. Immediately, every horror movie about a cabin in the woods shot through my head. You know how you watch a horror movie and you see someone do something really stupid and you yell at the person and wonder how they could be such an idiot, then tell yourself that in that similar situation, you would never do anything stupid. Well, it seems that's much easier said than done. I did the stupidest thing. I went in to explore the cabin. It was old and rotted, and the floor made unbelievably loud creaking noises as I walked across it. It was a bit of a rush, actually. I kept expecting someone to jump out at me and scare the crap out of me. It was pretty obvious, though, that no one had been here in a very, very long time. There were some really neat things in the cabin, though, and nothing was really scary in there. There was some very unique rustic furniture that had almost completely rotted away. Mostly, it was like getting a view of a time long past. There were a few doors inside, and I opened them to see what the other rooms were like. There was a very rustic kitchen area, a very rustic bathroom. The third door I figured had to be a bedroom. I thought I should check it out. I opened the door, and indeed it was a bedroom. My heart practically stopped, though. I saw there in the bed, with the metal frame and rotted comforter on it, was a human skeleton. It was tied, about 8 straps if I remember correctly. What got me the most was that it didn't look like they were wounded. I crept up on it, looking around. I didn't see anything that could indicate why this person had died. I thought possibly someone had tied this unfortunate person to the bed and starved them to death or something. I mean, I guess they could have died some other way. I'm just telling you what went through my head at the time. I marked this area and the cabin on my map. I was surprised the cabin hadn't already been marked there. When I got out of the woods, I reported it to the police. But even though the body was probably there for a long time, and whoever tied them down was long gone, getting out of the mountains was such a creepy experience. I started hearing noises and got very jumpy. I kept thinking someone was following me. That likely wasn't true though. It was just a completely freaky experience that had me on edge. I would like to share an encounter of mine. This happened a few weeks ago. I'm a 14-year-old girl in Kentucky. I was homesick with my older sister, who's 17 years old. We had just met back up with our mom, and we wanted to go for a walk. We go for walks all the time, so she didn't really think twice about allowing us to do so. Now, we do live in a bad neighborhood where some of the people can be very creepy. We were just walking along when we reached the mailboxes. The mailboxes in the place I live are at the end of the road. We always see people getting the mail, so when we saw this man, we didn't really think twice about it. We cut through the mailbox area and kept walking. Now, I was not really sick, but I didn't like to go to school. I'm sure that many other kids that age have tried to fake illnesses to get out of school. We were walking and talking about school and friends. That's when we heard a man yell from behind us, "Hey!" We turned to see a gardener trying to stop a man that was running in the same direction as us. My sister said maybe he's just going the same way and shook it off. I was wearing shoes, but she was not. We kept walking until she stepped on a piece of glass and it got stuck in her foot. To our dismay, this man used that opportunity to start chasing after us. He realized she was hurt. He didn't act the way a person would when they were trying to help, more like he was trying to pounce on prey. We tried to keep an eye on him, but pretend like we were not really paying attention. He was starting to get really close now. I asked out loud to my sister to make sure he could hear me, if Dad would be by soon. It took a few seconds for my sister to catch on, but when she did, she replied he would be there in a few seconds. When the man heard this, he quickly walked past like nothing had happened. He ran out of eyesight soon after. We got home as quickly as possible. We pulled the piece of glass out and stuck a band-aid on my sister's foot once we arrived. I wonder what that man was thinking, why he looked so strange and suspicious. Honestly, I didn't think I would see him again, but I have every so often. This man is always either behind us or ahead of us on the sidewalk, and every time I notice he's staring right at us. I don't know what he wants exactly, but to that creepy bastard who keeps following me and my sister, I hope we never have another encounter. At a really young age, my parents began letting me stay home alone. We were pretty poor at the time, so both had to work. I was given a key to the house, and whenever I would get home from school, I would get inside, lock the door, and wait for my parents to return home from work. I was never supposed to answer the door for anyone. I was 11 when this happened. I was walking home from school, and there was already a storm coming. The clouds were black and were slowly inching their way across the sky. I knew I'd have enough time to get home before it fully began pouring down though. I did arrive, although when I got home it was already completely dark outside due to the cloud cover. It was only about 3:30 p.m. too. When the rain finally began falling, the winds were extremely heavy. The thunder and lightning were even worse than I could recall from any other time. Unlike many people, I never really liked storms, so I was pretty scared. About 4:30, I heard a sudden knock at the door. I was always instructed not to open the door for anyone, nor to let anyone know I was home alone. I ignored it because of this, but this was also the first time anyone had come knocking when I was alone anyway. I really didn't have experience handling this situation. When the knocking continued for a few minutes, and whoever it was didn't seem like they were giving up, I didn't know what to do. After a while, the stranger used their fingernails and opened the mail slot of the door. "Hey kid, I know you're in there. Your parents have been in a car accident due to the storm, and they sent me to come pick you up and take you to the hospital, okay?" I got up and walked to the hallway. I knew I was supposed to ignore this person, but I had it figured that something serious must have happened to my parents. I was very concerned. I stood a few feet away from the door, and I could see the man was crouching down, peeking in through the mail slot. He clearly saw me as he called out to me. "Come on, kid, both your parents are hurt real bad. Come on out so I can get you to the hospital before anything bad happens to him." In an 11-year-old's mind, you don't really know what to do with that information. I didn't respond. I just stood there stunned and wondered what I should do. I was worried about my parents, of course, but they'd also told me to never let anyone know I was home alone, nor to let anyone I didn't know into the house. "Come on, kid," the guy yelled this time, sounding angry and impatient. "If you don't come with me right now, your parents might die. You don't want your parents to die, do you?" Well, wrong move, buddy. One way to terrify me was to yell at me, so now I was terrified of the man. I ran away from the door, went up to my bedroom, and ran into the closet. I hid inside. I could still hear the man pounding on the door and screaming in through the mail slot. It lasted a while longer, but then I didn't hear anything else. I must have been hiding in the closet for nearly 2 hours, but it seemed like the man had gone away about an hour in. That was until I suddenly heard someone enter my bedroom. I nearly screamed when the doorknob turned and opened. There was my mom standing there, completely unharmed and wondering why I was hiding in the closet. I swiftly explained what happened, and that was the end of it. Although we don't know for sure it was him, a man was later arrested on several kidnappings in the area. My parents had never been hurt. This guy was just trying to get me to open the door and go with them. I was 11, and 11-year-olds can be quite gullible. Thank God we can be very scared of strangers too. Almost a year ago, I, 24 and male, was fresh out of college. I had just moved into an apartment with my middle school bestie, 23 and female, and her fiancé, 25 and male. This was after a long period of not having seen her in person. My bestie and I had a long and great relationship with few rocky periods. I didn't really know the fiancé that well, but I had met him a couple of times. He came off as occasionally kind of rude and loud, but mostly a very nice guy. I let a lot of little annoying behavior slide though, because she was so in love with him. Really, all I wanted was to spend some time with my best friend. Over the course of a few months, I slowly discovered though that she was trapped in an abusive relationship, with the most classic example of a malignant narcissist imaginable. Their fights, really just him screaming at her while she cried, escalated to the point where he was completely trashing the apartment, breaking her phone and laptop, hiding her car keys, blocking the door, and grabbing her so hard she had bruises. All the while hurling the worst insults he could fathom at the top of his lungs for hours. This man was about a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me, so there was nothing I could really do other than give her a ride somewhere else away from him until the next day. He didn't like it whenever I did that. Once it reached the point of physical harm against her though, I put my foot down anyway and demanded he move out or I would call the police. He was not technically signed on to the lease, so I could kick him out at any time. He begged me for time to find a new place. He was extremely drunk and high the night he hurt her, and promised to stay sober until he moved away. Not wanting to escalate things, I agreed on the condition nothing like that ever happened again. My friend and her fiancé broke up soon after. 3 weeks passed by and everything was going pretty great. Ex-fiancé had found a new place and was in training for a new job. While still loud and inconsiderate, he hadn't really caused any problems so far. I get ready for bed early. I had an important meeting early the next day. I put on some comfy pajamas usually and lock my door before I change, out of habit. My bestie was out working, and it was just me upstairs in bed. The ex-fiancé was downstairs yelling on the phone about something. I tuned him out and tried to go to sleep. He was going to be moving out next week anyway. My chest rattled, though, from the booming footfalls coming up the stairs to my room, which woke me up from my sleep. My eyes snapped open to see my bedroom doorknob rattling back and forth. Locked. He let out a yell of pure malice and banged on my door. He screamed my name. The words were so slurred he sounded like he was trying to impersonate a lizard man. The hinges weren't looking so good. We lived in a crappy, cheap apartment with thin doors. I had to do something before he broke the door open, right? I said the only thing I could think of in that moment. What the f***? Suddenly, the banging and screaming stopped, and the doorknob fell still. After a terrifying moment of silence, he said as flatly as possible, "Open the door, bud. Just come and open the door." I still laugh about that one. Like, after all that, I just walk over and open up for him. Instead, I grabbed my essentials and jumped out the window. I was on the second floor, but we also lived on a hilly slope, so the fall wasn't quite that high. I still managed to fall wrong, though, and hurt my ankle. I hobbled away as quickly as I could to my car and peeled out of there. I immediately called up my best friend and warned her not to return home. We made plans for her to stay with a friend after she got off work. I made it to the friend's house and passed out for a few hours. I woke up to a call from my bestie. He'd traveled all the way to her workplace with a knife and broken in. He assaulted her and held the knife up to her special needs client's throat, said he'd kill him right in front of her. Thank God a coworker overheard everything from another room and was able to call the police in time for everyone to come out alive. My bestie also said he was on the phone with her while he was banging on the door. He said his goal for the night was to kill me and make her listen. I was totally alone in the apartment with him, sleeping upstairs in my bed. If I hadn't locked my door that night, would I even still be alive? If I had left my car keys downstairs, would I have been able to get away? When I returned to my apartment the next morning, my bedroom door had been completely kicked in. My belongings were scattered everywhere, and the large butcher knives were missing from the kitchen, instead sitting in the corner of the hallway to my room. Background: I'm 24 and female, and live with a roommate who's 23 and female, in an apartment in the suburbs of ATL. As you may well know, ATL is super dangerous and crime-riddled right now, so we have a Ring Peephole camera, perfect for apartments, and a digital lock on our door for safety. Now on to the actual story. About 3 months ago, this really sweet family from across the hall moved out, and we got ourselves a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say he's quite interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff he was trying to shove into his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gave me some hoarder vibes. But that's none of my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed by, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a friendly welcome to the neighborhood gift basket with some baked goods, dog treats, and poop bags for his dog. There were some scented seasonal candles as well. Apparently, that was not the correct thing to do though. After that day, David started to get creepy. It started out innocent enough. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going and have a quick casual chat. He would also come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or toilet paper or whatever. Sometimes he would ask if we could come over and watch his dog for a bit. But within the past 2 weeks, things really began to escalate. And 2 weeks ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Braves Stadium. We ended up getting home around 3 a.m., only to find David sitting at the top of the stairs waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we'd been, and requested we tell him if we're planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face, and he called me a mindless Stacy. Still not sure what that means exactly. He asked for access to our Ring camera so we could make sure we were safe. We laughed at him again and went into our apartment. Here's the scary part though. When we checked the camera the next morning, we saw that he sat outside our apartment the entire time in front of our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let them know he was acting crazy. And they told us to contact the police, so we did just that. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us in some way. I assume the complex said something to him at least, because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. The next week, he really got out of control though, constantly lurking outside our apartment. My roommate had to start leaving for work an hour earlier just to not cross paths with him. I can't leave the apartment during the day because he's constantly just standing outside waiting for me. He leaves love letters on our door, on our cars, in our mailbox. Once, when I told him I wasn't interested, he told me he would kill me and then himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I didn't get that down in writing, so the police decided not to do shit. He put up a Ring doorbell of his own too, so we could track all of our movements. He'll leave these really creepy sexual notes when we're gone, and we'll find them in the most random places when we come back too. We just don't know what to do. This happened when I was a university student back in 1990. I was living alone in Tokyo. Let me set the scene for you. I had a nice part-time job close to a train station. My commute to university was from this very same station as well. I loved the area I was living and working in. There was one slight drawback with my new neighborhood though, the route home from work to my apartment. If you take the normal highway road, you have to walk up this big hill, and it takes ages to get home this way. Usually, I have to take a shortcut through a park. You have to walk down this narrow, winding road by the station, past this temple to get to the entrance. Along this winding road, there are concrete walls on the left-hand side. The temple is off to the right, and there's also a cemetery in that area. After walking a couple minutes down this path, you come to an area packed with trees surrounding you. That's where the actual park area is. As you go in, you see the sand pit, some swings, the usual stuff. As you continue onward, the trees start to get thicker and thicker. There's an old dormitory for nurses in training on the right as well. The entrance to this dormitory cannot be accessed from the park, and it's all boarded up now anyway. That building's veranda faces the park area. If you continue, you'll reach some stairs, then there's a plaza. It ends with a forked road where you can finally exit. If you turn right, you'll find a shrine, but if you go straight, you'll end up on the main road, which is where my apartment is nearby. Anyway, now that you know how the area looks, back to the main story. Anyway, this happened on a cold November night. That day was a heavily raining night. Rain had begun to fall in the afternoon. I had classes and work that day. As soon as I finished class, the downpour really began in earnest. I went to work as usual, moving through the crowd, clutching my compact umbrella. It was still raining pretty hard when I finished work at midnight. In fact, because the rain was so heavy and the winds were so strong, I thought my compact umbrella might not be able to carry me home. I decided to borrow a bigger one from work. We kept umbrellas at work for the customers in case it rained, but surely they wouldn't mind me taking one. I remember how dark and cold it was as I was walking down the winding road. The street lights seemed to be out this day, so it was much darker than it usually was. I really wanted to get home as quickly as possible. I could barely even see where I was going. I was staggering against the insane wind and the rain. Eventually, I got up the stairs to the plaza area. From the light of the public restrooms, I could see a bench. The toilet area was well lit and had a narrow entrance. Because I took this shortcut home so often, I got used to passing people in the park around this point. Since it was raining though, I thought I'd never see anyone, especially at this time of night. I was wrong though. As I looked ahead, there was someone there. A woman in red sat on the park bench. She was hiding her face in the crook of her elbow and had her knees pressed up against her chest. She didn't seem to have an umbrella. She was soaked and seriously dripping wet. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't feel like it would be right to just walk past and leave her there. I called out to her, "Hey, are you all right?" There was no reply. I put the umbrella from work down on the bench beside her and said, "I have another umbrella myself, so please use this one if you don't have one." I walked off quickly. There was something about this woman that was really creeping me out. On the way home, I was obviously worried for her though. I wished I had my mobile phone with me to contact the police or something. As soon as I'd thought about it though, I remembered I'd left it at work to charge. It was Thursday, and my working schedule was Monday to Thursday, so I really had to go back to work to go get it. I couldn't just leave it there for all my days off. I felt a bit stupid for forgetting it in the first place. At least though I could check on the woman on the bench while I was at it, since I would be walking back that way. When I reached the bench in the park again, the woman seemed to be gone. I jogged through the park towards the station in an attempt to see if I could find her, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Perhaps she was feeling better and decided to leave. I made it back to work and grabbed my phone. I was absolutely freezing. I poured myself a cup of coffee and explained the situation with the umbrella to the manager. The manager wasn't really worried about that, but also found the situation with the woman to be very creepy. She pointed out to me that only a dumbass would walk that way home again and told me not to be dumb and get home safe. I didn't want to worry her too much. As I went for the exit, she called once more and told me not to be an idiot. I started to walk home, taking a different path than the park. When I got there, I dried off and dove straight into bed. I didn't even bother turning on the lights. I could feel myself drifting off. My room's layout was a bit unusual. As soon as you get inside, you have to go up the stairs to my single room. The doorbell intercom also comes with a camera, so when the doorbell rings, you can check who's there without going downstairs. All of a sudden, the doorbell rung. When I opened my bleary eyes, I looked into the camera and saw that woman from the park bench right there outside. I buried my face in my hands. She must have followed me the entire way. I didn't move. It was so strange when I think back to it. I just stared at the monitor. After about a minute or two, the monitor went back to standby. It does this if no one answers the door. Surely she must have gone away by now. It was silent for the next 30 minutes or so. I started to unclench and relax. At this point, my phone began to ring. I was thankful to have someone to talk to. I grabbed my phone, and on the other end was the manager. I told her the woman who I lent the umbrella to was now outside my house trying to get me to let her in. I could tell my manager was worried for me. She asked if I wanted her to come over and pick me up. I heard the strange woman scream outside. Then, all of a sudden, it was over. I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. A week or two passed by, and I was constantly looking over my shoulder. There were no other strange incidences, though. That was until my manager and I were working together late one night. Suddenly, we heard something hit the glass window of the storefront. There she was outside, soaking wet once again, the woman from the park bench. We both screamed and briefly glanced at each other. In that short moment, somehow she disappeared again. She left behind a broken umbrella in the doorway. I moved apartments pretty quickly after that, but I kept the part-time job, doing so until I graduated from university. I still go back to my workplace sometimes as a customer, but there's been nothing further to report about the woman. Whenever me and the manager get together and the drinks are flowing, we always talk about the story of that night. A few years back, I was making the ride home from college for the Thanksgiving break. I was a freshman at the time, and Thanksgiving break was the first bit of freedom I'd had from a really hectic schedule. I decided that even though it was a long drive home, I would enjoy the free time to think. I have to admit that back then I was still rather idealistic. I tried to see the good in everyone, and it caused me to make quite a few mistakes. A very good portion of the ride was driving through cornfields in the middle of nowhere. I'd hit a small town, then drive for miles through cornfields, then hit another small town. It didn't take long for this to begin getting quite old. I began getting very bored in the late evening when I saw a guy walking along the side of the road all alone, maybe because I felt like it was a chance to do a good deed, or more likely because I was so bored. I pulled my car over and offered the guy a ride. If you've ever picked up a hitchhiker, occasionally you pick someone up and you immediately regret it. I sort of had that feeling in this case. The guy was only a few years older than me. He was lanky and had long black hair and a big scraggly black beard. He was wearing dirty blue jeans and a Metallica t-shirt. None of that was what bothered me though. If that sort of thing bugged me at all, then my college campus would have been a complete nightmare. It was filled with people like that. No, what got me about this guy was the way he talked. If I remember correctly, his name was Travis. After introducing himself, he then asked me if I'd ever picked up a hitchhiker before. I told him I'd done it once or twice when I was a teenager and still living at home, but it was only ever other high school students. After I told him that, Travis began talking all about hitchhikers, and it wasn't positive stuff either. He began rambling about how dangerous it was to pick up random hitchhikers, and hadn't I heard about all the serial killers who posed as hitchhikers along the side of the road at night? He then started listing off several killers who'd been involved in hitchhiking. This absolutely sent a cold chill down my spine. He not only listed them out, he began talking about how they committed their crimes and how they could have done it better. I was nervous and about to ask him to stop the car and get out. However, before I could even open my mouth, he reached into the pocket of his jeans jacket and pulled out a pocket knife. I felt a jolt inside me, but hoped he didn't notice. Travis flipped out one of the blades of the knife and immediately began cleaning his fingernails with it. I did my best to pretend like I wasn't even noticing. I asked him again where he wanted me to take him. He lived in a house just outside the next town, he said. I asked him what he was doing so far away from home. He said he was visiting some friends, and they hadn't offered him a ride home. I just kept trying to think of a way to get rid of this guy. My fuel gauge gave me that opportunity at least. I was going to stop the car at a gas station and try to get away from him. I noticed the gauge was pretty low. We were in a town at this point, and I knew I could find a gas station nearby. My plan was to leave him in the car, then go into the station and call the cops. I let Travis know I needed to grab some fuel, and asked him if he knew where a station in town was. It didn't take me long to find it on my own, though. I pulled in and filled up my car, while Travis sat inside fiddling with his knife. I let him know I was going inside to pay. It was at that point he surprised me. He jumped out of the car holding his knife to me. "I'll go in with you," he insisted. I think I could use a drink. My plan was ruined. I wasn't sure how in the hell I would be able to get the attendant to call the police if Travis was in there with me. I thought quickly as we were walking, and I pretended I'd left my wallet in the car. I told him to head on in and grab himself whatever he wanted. I let him know I would pay for everything. Travis nodded and eyed me, then headed into the station. I went back to my car, only to notice him watching me from the door of the station. It took all of my nerves, but I started the car up right away. I saw him immediately come out of the gas station, running at me with his knife at the ready. I put the car in drive and took off quickly. Travis was screaming at me to come back, but that wasn't going to happen. I had to drive straight to the police department for a couple of reasons. I didn't really have anything on Travis they could arrest him for, but when I had driven away from the gas station without paying, which is a crime, I knew I had to do something about that. I had to go back and let them know what happened later, and pay for the gas as well. The police accompanied me back, and I paid the clerk soon after. Thank God by that time Travis was long gone. In June of this year, I moved out of my parents' apartment, as I'd finally gotten a steady job. I longed for some sort of freedom, so I looked for apartments that were affordable in my city. I found one that was a 2 or 3 minute walk away from my parents' place. To me, that was perfect. I'd get to live alone, and my parents would still be nearby, so I could visit them whenever I wanted, or pop in to have breakfast with them. The apartment itself was great. Not really much to look at, but for a single man, it was more than enough. My apartment had this long corridor connecting each room together from the sides, with my front door being at the very start of the corridor. My bedroom was the second room on the left, but since the walls were pretty thin, you could pretty much hear literally anyone in the apartment complex. You could hear them walking, talking, anything from my bedroom, or really any room from that matter. Last week, I came home from the pub after meeting up with a few friends. It wasn't really that late, surprisingly, only around 10 o'clock or so. I had the day off, so I took a quick shower and hopped into bed to watch some Netflix. It was probably around midnight or so when I heard a faint knock coming from the front door. I stopped the show that I was watching and listened in for a minute or so. At first, I just thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. I continued to watch Netflix when, once again, I heard a 2-motion knock at my door. I got up from my bed and walked slowly over to the door. I looked out through the peephole, and sure enough, it was pitch black out there, nobody in sight. I once again shrugged it off and went back to my room, but before I could even sit down properly, I heard a slightly louder double knock. At this point, I thought it must have been a friend playing a prank on me, so I called my friend and asked if he was knocking at my door. If he was, it wasn't exactly amusing. He paused for a second and said, "Dude, I'm at home. I have to be up at like 7:30 tomorrow." I believed him and hung up the phone. I was talking pretty loudly, so whoever was knocking had probably heard me. As soon as I hung up, I heard another set of knocks. At this point, I was getting pretty pissed off, so I walked to the door and looked out through the peephole again. I again saw nothing there. I then unlocked the door and took a quick peek out. I still didn't see anyone. I closed the door and locked it. I was so angry though, and combined with being a little bit intoxicated, I decided to wait and catch whoever was doing this. I spent a solid 10 minutes just standing there silently, looking out through the peephole. I was a little bit startled when all of a sudden someone put their hand right over the top of it and knocked again. I immediately started unlocking the door and sprinted out to the apartment hall. I heard someone booking it down the steps and heard them lean against the wall as their jacket brushed up against it. I ran down a few more steps before realizing that whoever this was likely waiting around the corner and trying to get the jump on me. I hurried back inside and called the cops instead. They were there within just a few minutes. They scanned the building and the street but couldn't find anyone. They told me it could have just been some kids pulling a prank and to never chase after someone. They kept a patrol car around the entire night, and the knocking stopped as well. It could have been some kids being dumb, sure, but the part that really gave me the creeps was the fact that whoever this was ran down the stairs and hid behind the corner. They didn't keep running away. If they were some pranksters, I find it more likely they would have just booked it outside. All that said, it's been a week and the knocking has since stopped. It's kept me on edge for a few days though, because I always expect to be jumped by someone when walking into my apartment now. So far, nothing has come of it though. I've told quite a few people this story, and almost no one believes me. It's most definitely true though, and is the freakiest thing that has ever happened to me. I had a few years where I was sort of down on my luck. I live in an area with a lot of my relatives. One of my aunts was having a party, and I ended up staying a lot later than I should have. There was free beer though, so I kind of had to. I got a bit intoxicated, and when my cousin, who was supposed to be driving me home, wanted to leave, I declined because I wanted to stay and keep drinking. He left on his own, and I was left without a ride home. When I finally felt it was time to leave, I had an extremely long and uncomfortable walk ahead of me. While you might think that my aunt or someone else could have given me a lift home, my family was a bit tired of having to drive me places. I prepared for this really long walk down this country road. Although I had been drinking, the atmosphere outside sobered me up pretty quickly. It was really dark and very brisk. For some strange reason, it was also eerily quiet this night. I mean, usually there are all sorts of animal noises, crickets, frogs, other things that bump in the night. But this time, everything was calm and completely silent. I did become aware of some noises further out into the woods though. As if an animal were walking around back there. The noises didn't go away either, which made me start to think that this animal might be following me. Of course, I was very nervous at this point. I didn't exactly fancy being someone's midnight snack. I tried to hurry it along a little bit. I did get slightly ahead of the noises, so I figured it would be okay from then on. Right then, though, I heard the sound of several twigs breaking. This sound stopped immediately after that. I had this feeling that whatever had been following me was now directly behind me and no longer moving. I told myself to keep moving forward. Part of me, though, said I just had to turn around and see what was going on. Very slowly, I forced myself to turn around. When I saw my pursuer, I screamed. There was a large figure in the dark, standing behind me. They had to be nearly 7 feet tall, and it almost seemed like their eyes were glowing red in the darkness. They stood there, staring down at me. I took off running right away, obviously. I was so terrified that I didn't even notice if they were following me. I didn't know how far I actually ran either, or if it followed me at all. After an eternity, though, I looked back and finally saw nothing was there. It was still eerily quiet, and I was still terrified, but I walked the rest of the way home. Now, I know everyone will just tell me that I was drunk, and I imagined this or something, but never before has drinking beer caused me to hallucinate someone in the dark. I know what I saw that night, and I never went for a walk in the middle of nowhere again because of it. This happened about 2 weeks ago, and was honestly one of the most scary situations I've ever been through. Here goes. My mom and I decided to go grab a bite at one of my favorite Korean restaurants. We also decided to bring along my 2-year-old sister and my 4-month-old baby brother. Once we were done eating, as usual, we always went to the park right after to spend some time outside and make sure my sister had some sort of outside activity. We went to the nearby park that had a lake. Honestly, I'm a very cautious person. I wanted to make sure the park was nice and safe. The first 20 minutes were okay and fairly normal. I was just taking a few pictures of the scenery near the dock. I headed back to watch my sister as my mom looked around the area. As we were done and leaving, my mom was putting the baby back inside the car seat. In the middle of the parking lot, I saw a bunch of seagulls gathering together. I wanted my sister to be a safe distance near them so I could take a few pictures. As I was taking those photos, though, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a man walking towards me. I didn't really think that much of it. I thought he would just walk by as people usually do. I shrugged it off until he walked right up to me. We were about 3 or 4 feet apart, and he was mumbling something to me. Something about catching a bus, I thought. At first, I wasn't scared at all. I answered him politely until he started asking me the same question over and over again. I kept answering him the same way. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." At this point, my heart was jumping, and I knew something was off with this guy. I couldn't even bring myself to make total eye contact with this weirdo. He kept asking something about the bus, but he was mumbling it in such a way I couldn't really understand. He started to walk even closer towards me. Freaked out, I took a step back and took a look at my sister, who was a little ways behind me, a further distance away. She was playing, not even paying attention. I panicked and screamed my mom's name. The man was still walking towards me. I started to speed walk over to my sister to grab her. My mom screamed my name out loud. She told me later she did it to make sure the guy knew I was not alone. For some reason, though, this guy did not hesitate at all. Instead, he started going straight towards my mom. Now I was even more scared. I didn't want this guy to hurt any of us. I picked up my sister and quickly headed towards my mom. I saw that he was now standing in front of her. She was getting her wallet out and handing him a few dollars. I noticed as my mom was getting her money out, though, that the man was still mumbling something, but now no words were coming out of his mouth. He was moving it as if he was saying something to my mom, but there was complete silence. His lips started moving really quickly, and he started to quiver in place. After he snatched the dollars from my mom's hand, he ran away into the distance. I couldn't help but feel a large sense of relief. We all got into the car, and I talked to her right away. "What do you think? Was that man on drugs or something?" My mom answered me and said he must be a crazy homeless man. She said he'd told her he needed to catch a bus because his family lived up in Minnesota. We were quite far away from where he was saying he needed to go. As we were leaving, we left the direction the man ran in. We looked out the window, but he was nowhere to be seen. A couple of days later, I was looking through the photos I'd taken at the park when I noticed that in the photos I was taking of my sister with the seagulls, 2 of these photos actually contained the man, hiding nearby behind trees and bushes. I felt a bit uneasy, though now I know I most likely won't ever see that man again. I just hope I, and all my family for that matter, never have to go through another experience like that. I was attending a popular concert in the south side of Chicago last year. As most of you probably know, it's a pretty sketchy area down there, and the crime rate is pretty high. The tickets were really cheap though, and the concert was well populated, so I felt pretty safe. Plus, I decided to go with a couple of my friends. The concert itself was great, and we all really enjoyed ourselves. We knew the drive out, though, would be pretty bad, especially with all the traffic. It was almost 10 p.m. by the time we finally managed to get out of the parking lot and onto the main road. We realized pretty quickly, though, that we were going to be on this road for quite a while. The cars were barely even moving forward. Sitting there, my friends started to look up some other routes to get back to our town. They found one that could hopefully get us past all this traffic. After sitting basically in the same spot for 30 minutes, we agreed that we would try this other route. We turned off the main road as soon as we could and began going through the neighborhood streets. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people outside this late at night, either walking around or standing in their yards. That wasn't normal for where we lived, which was just a couple of hours west. As we continued down these neighborhood streets, we began to notice that the people outside were watching us as we drove by. We also started to realize that we hadn't seen any other cars in probably 20 minutes now. This got us all a little bit nervous, and we started to pay a bit more attention. I asked one of my friends to check where the nearest main road was. As he was scrolling through the map, my other friend pointed out a car at the end of the street we were on. It was parked sideways, blocking both lanes of the road. I stopped the car immediately and backed out, and got onto the road that we were on previously. We then continued down that way. We began to panic a little bit, trying to find a safe way to get out to a more public area with other cars around. A few seconds later, we again saw at the end of the road a sideways car blocking both lanes. I stopped the car and looked over at my friends. We were all looking at each other, clueless as to what to do. It was too dark and we couldn't tell if anyone was in the car up ahead. We didn't want to approach it. As we were discussing our options, two men came up from one of the houses off the street. One of them stood behind the car, and the other came up to my window. He signaled with his hands for me to roll it down. Nervously, I did so just a few inches. The man looked at each of us and scanned the inside of the car, then asked me where we were headed. "Just back to the highway," I said. He nodded and looked over at his friend, who started to walk over to the passenger side. There was a small moment where it felt like everything went silent and nobody moved. Suddenly, both men grabbed the doors, trying to open them repeatedly. I reacted as fast as I could by putting the car in reverse, as everyone started screaming. Just as I started to back out, the man tried to stick his arm in through the gap in the window. He even got stuck as I pulled the car back, before slamming into the ground hard. I turned around and floored it out of the street, and went back the way we'd come. We were all in total shock. I tried to stay calm, but I was shaking uncontrollably. We all agreed we would just go back the way we came and get on the highway from there. I think we were all pretty shaken by the situation, but I do think I handled that pretty well. Luckily, our doors were locked though, because I'm not sure we'd be here right now if they weren't. So I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later, we would see all of the swastika tattoos he had. He had been doing and continued to do landscape work for the rentals, like mowing the lawns, cutting down trees, etc. Other than that, he was home mostly doing odds and ends things, like tinkering with his lawnmower or out working on his truck or something. They both appeared to be very nice people, very kind and loving towards others, and always ready to offer to help out. We've smoked weed together a few times even. Ed smoked a lot more than Amber though. We talked about all kinds of things, so I really thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned though how sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear these steps in the attic above my room and what sounded like a chair being dragged around. Sometimes the noise even appeared to follow me around the house. It always freaked me out, to the point of calling someone just to feel a little bit safer until the noises died down. At that point, Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" It was in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little how he went right to that. So then, I broke up with my boyfriend and he moved out. That was fairly recent, only about a few months ago. At that point, Ed started texting me often, asking me if I wanted to come over and smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses. I just kind of felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to have sex with him because he thought Amber was cheating on him. I definitely shut that down. Things were awkward as fuck, really. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension. I also hate confrontation, so I just kept quiet. That's about when I started to hear those noises in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at 3 a.m. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around to be seen. I kept the lockpick, and the next day I texted a photo of it to Amber to let her know I thought someone had been creeping around my place. What she told me really surprised me. "Oh, that's Ed's. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that." I know the difference between a skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick, though. I'm scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect together, and it's not outlandish to think he's been up there spying on me. I even looked around a little more closely and found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up paper into it and tried not to think about it. I honestly hope nothing else comes of this, and that I'm just being paranoid. For everyone saying to call the police, I don't really have any evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but whenever I go into the attic, it's been completely empty. My friend Josh and I were hanging out one day. I think we were about 13 years old at the time. I remember this happening in late fall, because there were still a lot of leaves falling down from the trees. We had hopped a fence and followed some train tracks which went through a local forest. We liked walking on the rails and pretending we were tightrope walkers. Yeah, I know that sounds pretty lame, but we enjoyed it, even though we weren't supposed to play on the train tracks. We were absolutely safe, though. I mean, there's no way we wouldn't know exactly when a train was coming. It would surely be loud, and we'd see it from far away as well. The forested area was not so thickened with trees that you couldn't see far down the tracks. We'd been hanging out, balancing and talking for a while, when we saw someone who was also walking on the tracks. He was a bit off in the distance and seemed to be walking towards us. I couldn't exactly tell how old he was, but we figured he was probably a teenager, probably a few years older than both me and Josh were. He was wearing jeans and a hoodie, and he had his hood up over his head. His hands were hidden in the front pocket of his hoodie, and he was looking down as he walked right in the middle of the train tracks. Now this really wasn't unusual on its own. We'd seen other people walking by the tracks while we were out before. It was probably just someone who wanted to be alone, or maybe someone who was out for a walk, and the train tracks were the best way to find their way back. Anyhow, the guy was still a bit away from us now. It was then, though, that we heard it. There was a train coming, and we heard it approaching from behind us. Josh and I looked back, seeing the train was at a very safe distance away behind us still. And the two of us jumped off the rail, and we walked a couple of yards away from the tracks. So the sound wouldn't deafen us. We looked over at the guy who was still walking towards us, but he didn't get off the track, or react at all even. I recall feeling very uneasy in that moment. Josh thought it was just a guy that was going to play a game of chicken with the train. That was an activity I'd always thought was dumb as what? I screamed at the man that a train was coming, which in a way seemed somewhat pointless. There was no way he didn't hear the train, but he still didn't move at all. He just kept walking forward in the middle of the track, right in the direction of the train. As the train quickly passed us by, I began to run forward a bit. I was really scared that this guy wasn't moving at all. I screamed at him more, but there was no way he could even hear me over the sound of the train approaching now. The rest happened so fast that my brain had trouble processing it. It was like time slowed down, as the guy looked up and directly into my eyes. I kept expecting him to jump out of the way of the train at the last minute, like it was some sort of action movie, but instead, the train hit him dead on, right in front of my eyes. He didn't even try to move. I immediately collapsed on the ground and started vomiting. Josh did too. I won't describe what we saw in full detail. It's too awful to even remember. The train stopped, of course. The policemen and the fire department rushed in as well. We waited there in case they needed to talk to us. Came to find out later that the guy was a student at a nearby high school. He left a suicide note to his parents and let the train hit him dead on. Words can never describe how awful that experience was. I had nightmares about it for years afterward. Often, in those very same nightmares, I would once again see him looking into my eyes. I would always feel his blood splashing over me, covering me completely, and then I would wake up screaming. Back in the summer of 2016, I got my first job at 18 years old. I was excited about the work, but not about the commute. Without traffic, it was a 30-minute drive both ways, and I normally got off work around midnight. The last thing I wanted to do was drive half an hour to get home. During the first few weeks, I was still getting used to my new routine. One of the first things my mother told me was to keep an eye on my gas tank, and that if I ever needed more, I should leave early and stop on the way there, never on the way back. I understood her concern. I was a petite 18-year-old woman, and I looked even younger than I was. Being who I am, though, I half forgot and half ignored that advice. One night on my way home, I realized I legitimately did not have enough gas to get me to my exit. I pulled into the first station I could find, not caring about the brand or the cost of the gas. I decided to make it as quick as possible and only put in about $10 worth just to get myself out of there. The station was empty, and there were sketchy-looking people walking up and down the sidewalk. There were about 20 different angles someone could sneak up on you. I swiped my card and began pumping gas. Once I got to the $10 mark, I shut it off and printed out my receipt, thinking the worst was behind me. I was about to climb back into my car and book it home when a voice came from the tiny intercom above the pump. "Ma'am, there was a problem with your credit card payment." I paused and glanced at the guy at the counter. I felt chills spiral down my neck. He was one of those tall, gaunt, and sketchy-looking clerks, staring right out the window at me, beckoning me to come inside. I stepped back towards the gas pump and pressed the button on the intercom. "What's wrong with my card? I have the receipt and it says it went through just fine." I didn't try to hide the annoyance in my voice. I didn't like the look of this guy, or the way he sounded. "I just need you to come inside, ma'am. Your receipt is incorrect. I'm going to need to run your card in here." He replied a bit too quickly. I looked back at the guy through the window in frustration. There was no way I was going in there, where I would be all alone with him. He was staring at me wide-eyed. I stood my ground, pulled out my phone, and checked my credit card app. I held it up stupidly, as if he could see it from there. I then pressed the intercom button again. "It went through. I see it on my statement. I'm not coming in there." "Ma'am, if you attempt to leave, I'll call the police. I have your tag number, so please come inside." I shouted at him from across the parking lot. "You think they're gonna come over $10 in gas? Fuck you, I'm leaving." I walked a few steps around my car and gave him the middle finger. I was just about to walk back to the driver's side and get into the seat when I paused. He was mouthing something to me through the window. I would have ignored it, but he suddenly looked much more desperate than creepy. He kept beckoning me forward and calling out something that I couldn't hear. I must have made a weird look, because 5 seconds later he slammed a piece of paper on the window. It looked like he had written it very hastily. "Guy in your car." I turned back around and noticed that my passenger rear door was now open a tiny crack, which it definitely had not been on the drive from work. I booked it inside the station. Once I was in there, the clerk locked the door behind me and told me to get down. He had his eyes on my car and a gun in his hand. I squatted down behind the counter and watched the security cameras as a tall guy in sweatpants and a windbreaker nudged my back door open, slid out, and jogged away into the night. Needless to say, I started freaking out. Turns out the clerk had noticed the guy hanging around the side of the building on the monitors. As soon as I pulled in, he made a beeline right for my car. He crouched down and opened the door, then slid himself inside as I was swiping my card, being careful not to close the door all the way so I wouldn't hear anything. The clerk had noticed all of this on the camera and immediately called the police, who arrived a few minutes later. They searched the area and my car, but were not able to locate the man or anything that would lead back to him. That gas station clerk probably saved my life, because who knows what would have happened if I had driven off with a stranger hiding in the back seat. I think the lesson here is obvious. It's not enough to be cautious. You have to stay alert and be suspicious but not stupid. Always listen to your mom. I grew up in a small Southern California town, known for its orange groves from days gone by. All those groves have been replaced by housing developments and shopping centers now, but there were still quite a few around when I was growing up in the 90s. My friend Johnny and I used to get into all kinds of trouble back then. We were just general miscreants, but there was one time I truly believe we almost became victims of a child murder. For anyone reading this who also grew up in the 90s, you know that was a different era. We'd be out at all times of the day, and our parents would have no idea where we were. There were a lot of kidnappings back then. I can remember multiple times I was offered candy or asked by some creep to help him go find his cat for him. I always said I'd go check with my mom, and by the time she'd get outside ready to whoop some ass, of course they'd already be gone. Anyway, Johnny and I were up to no good one day after school. We were traipsing around this orange grove that bordered his street. We started pulling these little metal dam things off the irrigation channels and tossing them wantonly. All of a sudden, we heard a sharp whistle and both looked up to see a man about 25 feet away from us, wagging his finger and going, He clearly didn't own or work in the grove, because instead of screaming at us to stop, he got a wide grin on his face from ear to ear. I can still see that face in my mind all these years later, and it still gives me the chills. Johnny and I stood there for a second watching this guy. Then we looked at each other, and Johnny looked back toward the guy and shouted to run. I looked over, and the guy was suddenly in an all-out sprint right towards us. Despite the physical exertion he was putting into his sprinting, the wide grin was still there. Johnny and I ran harder and faster than we ever had before. We made it out of the grove and back to his house before noticing the guy was no longer behind us. We quickly forgot about it because Johnny's family had just gotten a Nintendo 64, and we started playing Mario to take our minds off it. I can't remember if it was the next day or the next week, but sometime after this happened, we were with his mom getting some donuts when we saw a wanted poster with a sketch of a man that looked exactly like the guy who had chased us that day. He was wanted for trying to grab a boy outside of a school. Johnny and I looked at each other and seemingly telepathically agreed to never say a word. I don't know why we never spoke up really. Maybe because we were at that age where we'd be relentlessly bullied by homophobes because of the mere possibility we could have been grabbed. We never did speak of it again. As I'm typing this, I'm considering reaching out to him to see if he remembers and if it aligns with my memory of the incident. There were so many things that happened in my childhood in the 90s that could have easily ended with me no longer alive. Somehow, I'm still here though, and I have my own family now. I trusted no one because of incidents like that, and I always have my head on a swivel. This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city. My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months. I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood, at least until we could look for a place together. The apartment was quite small, but it was also just as nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move to this newly renovated building, and other new residents soon started moving in as well. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents. I started my new job and everything was going pretty great. I was quite enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves like I did. Then a new guy moved in across the hall, and everything changed. We'll call him David. David was a single man in his 60s and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work, only to see him sitting in his car in our small parking lot, just staring off into the distance. We were having issues that summer, with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars similar to pollen. David was convinced that someone was spraying this dust onto his car specifically and was accusing various tenants he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also randomly start yelling at himself in the hallway. After enough time, I finally had enough and complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying she'd been in his apartment and everything was completely fine. In August, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up, and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me he would be flying in to work on an important project with me that would have us working throughout the weekend. I was really disappointed and felt like I was letting my parents down. I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to go see them though, and got back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and spent the night with them. The next morning I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident from the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated a resident had died and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank, and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was about an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David had approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran back into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone, and if the police didn't come, he was going to kill everyone in the building. The police came and tried to talk with him, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and was heavily armed. The police and SWAT teams soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out his window at anyone he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way to escape. They had to hunker down and barricade themselves from his random gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. a police sniper took a position in that building and shot David through his window. Then they flew a drone in through it and confirmed that he was dead, still with gun in hand. Luckily, no one else had been injured. I got home later that day to find a bullet-riddled apartment building and several neighbors who didn't normally even speak to each other, hugging and crying, showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I'd never felt so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't messed up all my plans, I would have still been home that night. I'm sorry that David didn't get the mental health attention he needed, but he put so many lives in danger. So back when I was growing up, I had a bunch of unsavory shite happen to me and ended up being placed in a foster home. Well, technically it was more of a holding cell for kids to live until they found a real home. Because I was a hurt and untrusting kid at that point, I cycled through my fair share of different families. I remember staying with an obese single man who I don't really remember much about, but I do remember very bad vibes while staying at his house. My case manager must have thought so too, because I was moved to a different home shortly after. That's when I met the family, more specifically the son of a bitch that this story is about. This wouldn't be my last foster home, and I didn't live there long at all. So some things have gotten foggy over the years. I think I was around 8 to 10 years old maybe. It was a real full house with 6 of us in total. My foster mother and father, 2 brothers and a sister. The only person I did not like straight out the gate was my sister. You know that feeling where you just know when someone wants you off this earth? For me, it feels especially raw when it seems unjustified. Like, I know I was technically a foreign invader, a cancer cell in their home or whatever, but guess what? I was a mouthy brat too, and gave her attitude right back. It goes without saying that she and I never got along much. The brothers, on the other hand, well, I loved them. We did everything together, and they made me feel like a part of the family, which is what made what they did to me next so confusing. So far, the only slightly unusual thing about this family was they had this strange intercom system in their home. Mostly, the mother would use it to tell us to go to sleep after hours. A few months go by and summer rolls around. They had been pumping me up about swimming in the pool in the backyard for a while. The only thing was, because I didn't have a lot of normalcy, I didn't even remotely know how to swim, and I was terrified of the open water. On the day this happened, my brothers and I were all out by the pool. They also had a slide they used for the pool area. It went straight into the deep end. Looking back on it, the entire afternoon was basically a setup, like the whole family planned this together. They kept pressuring me to use the slide, and said that they would help me if I couldn't swim to the sides. I really wanted to be like them, free to do things without worrying about the consequences, and I really believed they wouldn't let me drown. I mean, we were supposed to be a family, right? Okay, so I slide down the pool. Seconds later, I'm starting to drown. I don't know which way is up, and I'm fighting for air, something to grab, anything. It seemed like it was going on for way too long. Suddenly, my adoptive father had me barely above the water, holding me up with one hand. If at gunpoint I had to describe his face in that moment, I'd say it was a mix of lust and contempt. It was really blurry and happened fast, but faces like that are hard to forget. "I could let you drown right now, boy." That's what he said to me, those exact words. I don't think he'd ever referred to me as boy at all before that point. I was crying and gasping for air, but he just held me there, with my head only inches above the water. And for what? I still don't understand why. It was one of the 3 or 4 times in my life I truly believed I was going to die. Eventually, after letting me continue to drown, he walked over to the edge of the pool and set me upon it. Right then, I was so terrified of him, I didn't know what to do. I just laid there once I climbed up, and didn't want to be near anyone in that home. I remember one of the strangest things about that experience was the aftermath. We went to a Mexican restaurant that night, and they all acted as though nothing had happened. I was confused, angry, and scared. Maybe it was insignificant to them. Maybe it was not an abnormal thing to them. Or perhaps he'd done it to teach me a lesson or something. Well, anyways, fuck that and fuck that family too. Soon after, I updated my case manager on the incident, and I was out of that house within days if I recall. All you people with both parents, try to make things right with them if they aren't. Always appreciate your family, because I don't have any. Anyways, I just wanted to share some of my life with you all. Thanks for listening. A little backstory. So, I was a security guard for this local company in my area. I was assigned to a water park with another guard who was regularly there keeping watch. He was to train me and show me around, tell me what codes open what doors and things such as that. And the first thing I noticed was how quick he was to enter and leave the property. He never seemed to want to spend more than 10 minutes inside before he would already be eager to leave as soon as possible. Our first night was simple. There was nothing exciting or interesting going on, so the night was really dragging. After a few hours, I asked him if he'd ever experienced anything unusual while working there. He told me he'd had some problems with people trying to enter the property without permission, but that was really about it. He also told me he hated working there because of his encounters with those very same people. He said they really creeped him out because of how sneaky they were. He didn't really want to tell me too much. He was afraid I would leave my post, it seemed. That should have been a red flag for me, but I was too excited to let anything like that scare me. After a few more hours, our shift was over, so we clocked out and went home for the day. The next night, my boss called me to explain the security guard who was supposed to be my partner had now resigned. I was, of course, a little upset. Now I had to work a two-man post all by myself, with barely any knowledge of this place at all. Fast forward a few weeks now, I had started to really get the hang of the place, and created my own routine with no issues at all. No break-ins, no vandalism, nothing. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I was outside at the front of the property, completing my rounds, when I heard a door slam from inside. I jumped in surprise from just how loud it was. As I started to walk back into the property, I continued to hear various doors opening and closing. I could feel myself getting nervous. This was my first situation I'd ever had at this place. As I walked inside and started to check the doors and complete a round to make sure there was no one on the property, I got to this corridor where there was a set of stairs that led down to a door, which I noted was wide open. I walked down the stairs to close and lock that door. I was too scared to actually take a look inside. As I turned around to head back up the stairs, though, I noticed a man dressed in all black, now standing at the top of them. I took a step back and realized I was now cornered. If he wanted to try anything, I would have nowhere to run or hide. I politely asked the man if he needed something from me. He didn't reply. I then asked him how he managed to get into the property. He didn't reply to that either. He slowly turned his head and snapped his fingers. Then, from the left side of the staircase, another man slowly crawled to his side like a dog on all fours. I turned around and kicked the door open. I ran inside and locked myself in a bathroom as I called my boss and told them what I witnessed. They sent an armed security guard to my position to complete a walkthrough to make sure it was safe. As I got the call that the area was all clear, I came out and told them everything from start to finish. I soon realized, however, that they didn't believe me, so I clocked out and went home for the night. The next morning, I received a call from my boss, explaining that they'd checked the security footage from the night before, and what they told me horrified me. Every hour when I would complete my rounds inside the property, those same two men were following me throughout the facility, as if they were stalking me, like as if it was a game to them. After that, I asked for a new position, because I was too horrified to work at that water park. Now I know why my trainer didn't want to work there anymore. Good morning, all. So, to start, this happened when I was 18, and I'm currently 33. I grew up in a rural area of Kentucky, and lived right next door to the senator, actually, who had bought our neighborhood when it was just old farmland and woods. She was quite old at the time, and is still alive today as well. She bought this land back in the 70s before she was even a senator at all. She had a lot of money from her parents, I guess. There was a little backstory to understand why and how I lived right next to her. When I was 18, my yard backed up to the senator's house. I worked her farmland and did chores for her, just to make some extra cash during the summer. The senator had massive amounts of land still that backed up into unused public land that went on for miles and miles. Mainly tiny streams, fields, trees, nothing too exciting really. It was next to a small highway that we had to cross to get to the next part of the wood lines. My friend, who we'll call Auntie, also did the chores and land work. He had a little brother who we'll call Willie. He was about 15. We all grew up in an area that was pretty safe, so our parents let us do whatever we wanted and just told us to be back at a decent time. We often explored these lands during the day to see how far we could go, or even if we could find anything in the woods that would be cool to explore. Of course, usually we didn't find anything, just some makeshift campsites for what we assumed was hunting or people camping in the wilderness. One day, we went pretty close to dusk, and we happened to bring flashlights just in case it got too dark. This was during the fall of 2008. The leaves were falling and coating the ground pretty thickly. As we were walking, I started to notice we had been going in a bit of a circle. I assumed we were lost, and we could no longer hear the highway that was nearby to us. The sun was going down pretty quickly, and we only had about an hour left of light. Eventually, it got completely dark, and we started walking around in the woods with our flashlights. It quickly got darker and darker, and it was at around 10 p.m. when we knew we were lost without hope. Before anyone asked why we didn't call with our cell phones, I grew up a relatively modest life, and my parents had only given me a flip phone, which didn't have very good service in this area. Throughout the night, we were doing our best to find the way back to where we came, but it was near impossible in these dark, very thick woods. My dad had always told me that when you're out in the woods, if it ever becomes extremely quiet at any point, that means there's a much larger predator in the area. Now, mind you, we were technically in the Appalachia area, and we'd all heard the stories of what not to do while in the woods, especially at night. Auntie, Willie, and I were walking, when suddenly everything in the area got eerily quiet. All except for one noise that appeared to be someone whistling. We all stopped dead in our tracks and began to look around in every direction. We wanted to verify where this sound was coming from. I think kind of unknowingly, Auntie whistled back. We all knew you were not supposed to whistle back in the woods, especially at night, in the Appalachian regions of the world. I hit him with the back of my hand. "Why would you do that?" The whistling started to grow louder and louder, so I told everyone to start running. As we were running, the whistling got softer and softer, and eventually it faded away altogether. If we weren't lost before, though, well, we sure as hell were now. As we wandered around completely lost, it was now around midnight. There was a full moon lighting the area somewhat well. We happened to walk up on a shanty, an old run-down shack. It looked like it still had somewhat of a door on it. Through the door, we could see a small fire going. As any dumb person would, we opened the door and asked if anyone was around. At that moment, we all heard leaves crunching. We turned around at once, only to see nothing there. It was as if we were in a horror movie. The whistling started again, and it sounded like it was right next to us. We all turned towards the sound, and there she was, a woman in torn-up clothing and a really shoddy appearance, about 5 feet from us. We shifted back some and looked at her with the flashlights pointing at her. "Hello?" we said. As if something about that simple question made her lose her mind, she began screaming. It wasn't normal screaming either. It was a primal animalistic yell. She lunged at Auntie. Out of reaction, he swung his flashlight directly at the lady's face, and she fell to the ground. We all started to run because we were terrified. She jumped up immediately and began to chase after us, still screaming all the while. I assume this lady had to be on some serious drugs because she was running extremely fast and the pain did nothing to her at all. We were hauling ass through the woods for at least 15 minutes. She was still chasing us. We eventually did lose her, or so we thought. We took a break behind some bushes before we started to hear the whistling again. We sat there for at least an hour before we worked up the courage to keep running. As soon as we started, we could hear someone close to us start running as well. No longer did we hear the whistling, but we heard the steps chasing after us clear as day. We started to hear the highway again eventually, and finally found our way back. Assuming the woman was still chasing us, we got as close as we could to the highway and flagged someone down. We were terrified she was waiting in the wood line. We were frantically trying to wave people down, but no one stopped. Finally, someone did stop and let us in. He was pretty spooked because our faces were extremely pale, and he asked us what happened. We explained, and he told us a lot of homeless and mentally incompetent people live out in those woods. He took us home soon after, and we never entered that place again. That was the day I shit my pants running. This is a true story. God is my witness. I'm not making it up. I'm 57 years old now, but this is a memory that never goes away and never fades. In 1986, I stopped in Topeka, Kansas, on my way back from working in Yellowstone National Park for the summer. My friend had also just graduated from high school a few years before and had moved to Topeka with his parents. I stayed there for about a week. His parents invited me to stay an extra day, though, for their family reunion before I headed back home. We drove way out into the country for this family reunion of theirs in their old beater car and spent all day with his extended family. In the late afternoon, we were making our way back in his old beater, which had a broken gas gauge, mind you. Of course, we ran out of gas. He said we were probably 6 to 7 miles from the nearest gas station, pre-cell phone era. We were trying to figure out what to do when suddenly a van with no windows pulled over out of nowhere and asked us if we needed some help. When you're young, you still think these things just miraculously happen for you. When you're older, you know better. We told him we'd run out of gas. A friendly man then offered to take us to the nearest gas station. We got into the van, only to discover there were a total of 6 men inside and no seats in the back. We were just sitting on the floor of what appeared to be a work-type beat-up older model white van, when we clearly heard the men discussing doing us harm. The driver said he knew a good place to go. The other man in the passenger seat eyeing me agreed he was in and nodded his approval. Only one man, the one sitting nearest to us, said he didn't want to be involved at all. He had a baby now, and he was not cool with this, that he didn't want any part of it. The driver and passenger seat rider said something under their breaths I couldn't make out. There was an angry silence while the driver thought this over. In my mind, I could only pray for help. My mind felt like I was stuttering thoughts. Part of me was in denial. Another part was in shock. Fear hadn't even managed to set in yet. Just like a jolt to the system of an unreal horror happening to someone else, because an hour ago, I had been completely safe without a care in the world. Now there was the absurd idea of someone raping me. Yes, I was acutely aware that they were going to do that and then murder us both, leaving us somewhere nobody would find us. These thoughts were flipping through my head a mile a minute. Have you ever been to Kansas? There are lots of lonely, God-forsaken, desolate roads to nowhere. If, at this point, the third guy changed his mind, or simply said, just let him out first, I wouldn't be sharing this with you right now. They stopped talking to each other. They had never spoken to us at all from the moment we entered the van. My friend and I didn't speak to each other either. We barely looked at each other. We were too afraid. I could hear the clanging rattle of the van's noises and the tires on the road. I saw my friend flexing as if to warn he would fight to defend himself while they were discussing where they would take us. Everything felt surreal. All of a sudden, the guy in the back just said no, and like that, the driver pulled over. The guy in the back opened the side door and let us out, and everything ended just like that. The air somehow smelled tainted. The ground looked different, like I couldn't quite trust it. My friend looked as shaken as I felt. We had just survived a close encounter with shark-like predators, the blackest, darkest evil. I looked at the gas station in the late afternoon waning sunset just before dark. It was like a safe haven of shelter and safety. I knew that once we got into that gas station, there was no way that car would be able to pick us up again. The white van with no windows pulling away from us felt so surreal. Today, I can still see that van pulling away in my mind, a sort of mirage from a nightmare that had crossed over into my waking reality. This is a true story of something I experienced. It must have been over a decade by now. I was a kid at the time my dad bought this quaint house on the outskirts of a little town. It was a decently sized home with a big backyard, overlooking the marshes and unused farmers' fields. The only entrance to it was either through the house or across the large fields themselves. To put into context how this fits into the story, it was because my bedroom at the time was situated at the back of the house, facing that big backyard directly. I remember one night very vividly, even some 10 to 12 years later. I was sitting in my room doing digital artwork on my computer. It was something I loved to do as a teenager. I'd usually do it while listening to music with my headphones on. The way I was sitting had me facing away from the big window in my room, the largest in the entire house really. I had my blackout blinds drawn, and it was the only room in the entire house that had the light on. I'd assume from the outside you'd be able to see the slivers of light through the edges of the folding blinds. It was between 2:30 and 3 a.m. or so. I was peacefully minding my own business when suddenly I heard a massive slam against my window. It was a dull, loud thud, and then I heard what I thought was a shout. My dad was peacefully sleeping in the room next to me. How he didn't hear anything at the time still amazes me to this day. I remember just sitting there, confused, shaken, and with no clue of what I'd just heard. That was until it happened again. I heard it loud and clear. Somebody was outside my window in the backyard. Whoever this was had no reason to be there. I remember feeling so scared to open my blinds. Instead, I stood up and just stared at the window, not taking my eyes off it. Something I'm thankful for to this day is that I decided to go with my gut feeling in that moment. My gut was telling me to grab a flashlight and quickly check the front door. It was an old house. I would have to leave the inner comforts of the home to enter the barn to get to the main entrance and check it. I remember shining my flashlight through the glass door. The window had a frosted film for privacy. Sure enough, I barely got the flashlight lifted 3 or 4 inches to the glass before seeing the coat of whoever was skulking out there. The real kicker, though? Absolute terror set in when I realized the door was no longer locked. I managed to lock it again and run back inside. The first thing I grabbed was a bread knife. Not practical exactly, but when adrenaline and fear is coursing through your brain, you'll take the first thing you can grab. I remember trying to wake up my dad, who was passed out like a drunken sailor. We never found the man, and he did not attempt to come inside again. Had I not relocked that door or decided to check, prank or not, I dread to think of what might have happened to me that night. I've seen some stuff in my life, but people are always the ones that scare me. This incident happened not all that long ago, actually. I'm a 19-year-old female, and I obviously enjoy a night out with my friends. This particular night, a girlfriend and I had headed down to our local club/pub. We were dancing, drinking, and having a great time when I noticed it was around 2 a.m. or so. It was coming up on the closing time of 3 a.m. I noted we should probably think about heading out soon. If we waited until it actually closed, the wait for a taxi would be quite long, as everyone else would be looking for one as well. I let my friend in on my plans, and she insisted she wanted to stay. She then walked me out the front while I waited for a taxi. As we got to the top of the stairs, she saw me off at the door and headed back inside. I said goodbye to the bouncers. As I said, it was a local place, and started walking over to the next taxi in the line. As I approached the taxi, I heard my friend call to me from behind. She still had my bank cards and money on her. Luckily, I walked back to the door to get them off of her, then said goodbye again. This time, as I turned to leave though, the bouncer stopped me. "Hey, you may want to take this second taxi in the line." Upon me questioning him, he didn't seem to have a reason behind this sudden advice and just insisted I trust him. I'm from Australia, and taxis usually wait in these lines. You have to take the next taxi as part of fairness. I explained to the bouncer that not only will taxi driver number 1 not be happy, but taxi number 2 may not even take my fare for this reason. Annoying, I know. Me being 19 and naive, I thought to myself, I only live around the corner. I have my phone as well. What's the worst that could happen, right? Well, obviously that was wrong. I took the first taxi in the line as I initially meant to. There were no immediate alarm bells. The man didn't seem any different than any other taxi driver. Not exactly polite, nor rude either. Just a normal guy. We were a few minutes into the fare, driving along the coastlines to my suburb, when all of a sudden, he pulled the taxi over to the side of the road and started walking around to my door. At this point, I was extremely confused as to what was going on. First, I thought maybe there was a flat tire or something, until he opened my door. I asked him what he was doing, and he replied to me, "We're going to the beach now." Alarm bells and red flags went off left, right, and center. I grabbed my phone and dialed 000 right away. I told him I was calling the police. I immediately saw him start to panic. He yelled at me not to be so silly and said he just wanted to spend some quality time with me. He reached for my arm and grabbed me to try to pull me out of the car. I pushed him away though, grabbed the door and slammed it closed. I waited to be connected. I've read quite a lot about people who are polite to creepers in these situations, but I was anything but at this point. I was soon connected with someone from emergency who asked me what my emergency was. I said I needed assistance right now and gave her the area where we were. She then proceeded to tell me I needed to call the police assistance line if it wasn't a true emergency. "Well, it's about to be if you don't get someone down here right now." She assured me a car was on the way and to get out of the car by myself. We were only a minute or two down the road from where we'd departed. Usually, there were at least 3 or 4 squad cars situated there, preparing for the end-of-night antics. Because of this, I knew I could have assistance in no time. While this was happening, the man was walking back to his driver's side, attempting to get back in. I don't know what he would have done if he'd gotten in with me in the car still, kicked me out or what, but I jumped out of the car as he got in, and he sped off without looking back. I kicked myself for not getting his taxi ID, which is something I'd usually do. I kicked myself even more for not just listening to the bouncer, who I see now obviously had a good reason for me to not get in this car. I rang my friend and asked her to stay on the phone with me. I told her I was still outside waiting for the taxi and had gotten bored. She offered to come and wait, but I insisted that was fine. Once the police came, they took me home and asked me what happened. They took a statement from me as well, but there wasn't much they could do, as I hadn't gotten any information on the taxi. The most I could provide was the driver's appearance and the company he worked for. I didn't tell anyone about the situation except for my then friend, who's now my boyfriend. He was shaken up by this. I hate thinking about what might have happened that night, and how lucky I am that it didn't. About 2 months on, my boyfriend, his housemate, and my sister arranged a cab to pick us up at my boyfriend's place and take us to the same venue this initially happened at. Guess which driver showed up? Yeah, that very same guy. I didn't say anything at the time to anyone because I knew it wouldn't have turned out well in the moment, but this time I made sure to get his ID and plate number and reported it to the police the very next day. Apparently, this wasn't even the first time he'd done something like this. It was the furthest he'd ever gotten, though. Most of the other complaints were similar. From what I know, the police made contact with the taxi company and informed them of the situation. I think he might have been let go after, but I'm not sure. I've definitely learned a lesson from this, though. I used to work as a haunted house technician at Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia. During the months of September and October, the park would put out an event called Howlo Scream. The park transformed into a massive Halloween-themed experience with multiple uniquely themed attractions, such as vampires, zombies, and clowns. The haunted house I worked at was called Fear Fair, which consisted of a maze that branched in between several buildings and tents. I was there to maintain the maze and fix anything that broke over the course of the night. Sometimes the guests would punch our spooky decorations out of fear, or trip over each other and knock over some of the lights or something. It kept me pretty busy. While the maze was open, I would normally just linger out of sight, making adjustments to the audio and checking in with my coworkers on my walkie-talkie. One Saturday evening, there was a heavy downpour, which deterred much of our potential business. I used the downtime to work on the wooden frame that served as the entrance to the maze. I placed a sign across the line entrance stating the maze was temporarily closed, and then I started to get to work. After a few minutes, I left to go pick up another tool, which I needed from the maintenance area. When I got back, though, I noticed someone strolling around, walking down the tunnel deeper into the maze. It was a young man, maybe in his late teens, with a dark complexion. He had long braids and was wearing a dark blue tank top. The only way in was past the sign that said it was closed, so I was really irritated. Not only because he was trespassing, but because I had disassembled the part of the wall to work on it, and if anything happened to tip over or fall, he could have easily been hurt. I called out to him, "Sir, we're not open yet. Did you need help with something?" Up until that point, his back had been turned to me. When I called out, he visibly jumped in surprise. I couldn't help but think, geez, he's already freaked out and nothing's even turned on yet. He gave me the strangest look, though, like he was sizing me up. For half a moment, I thought he was going to try something, but instead he responded, "No, I just thought you were open." I explained to him that Fear Fair would reopen shortly after I finished with my repairs. He nodded and walked past me back out the entrance, not making eye contact with me. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and assumed he was just an impatient or hot-headed guy, and really wanted to take a look at that maze. After I was done assembling the entryway, I took the sign down and started to prepare the maze once more. The scare actors arrived on time and took their positions, but there wasn't very much business that night. The grounds were all soaked from the rain, and we probably had more employees than guests wandering around the attraction. Shortly after 9 p.m., I was getting ready to close things up for the night. It looked like it was about to start raining again. And that's when one of the actors walked up to me and took me aside. "Hey, I didn't want to say anything over the radio, but there's this weird guy with braids in the back corner behind the maze. I don't recognize him, and I don't know why he's there either." I immediately remembered that trespasser from before. I made my way to the back corridor. I turned all the back lights on and poked around any place I suspected a given intruder would have enough room to hide. I even peeked out the back exit and shined my flashlight all around, but I couldn't find the man. I locked the back door and then walked back through the maze, instructing all the scare actors that they could now leave. I turned off all the fog machines and switched on the overhead lights so I could get a better look around. It wasn't unusual for some drunken guests to wander out of the boundaries, but if this was the same guy I had seen before, I was worried he might be waiting. Perhaps he was stalking one of the actors or something. It doesn't really calm your nerves wandering through an empty maze filled with horrific life-sized mannequins of demon clowns. Somehow, being silent in there made it even worse, because then you start to question whether or not the faint sounds you are hearing are from your own imagination. After another 15 minutes, I decided the maze must truly be empty and started shutting off everything behind me as I made my way back towards the entrance. Just as I had switched off another set of lights behind a hidden circuit board, I heard footsteps coming loud and fast from behind me. They were coming from across the way, making a beeline straight towards me. In response, I turned on my flashlight and shined it in the direction of those footsteps. I saw it was the same guy from before, charging right at me with a prop mallet in hand. When my flashlight beam hit his face, though, he slowed down for a moment, clearly blinded. I took that opportunity to book it out of there. I knew the maze way better than this guy did. I could navigate it well enough to keep well ahead of him. Sure enough, I heard him cursing and bumping into things in the dark behind me. Once I exited through the opening of the maze, I waved down the security guys who covered the entrance until the police arrived. The local police were always on call nearby in case a fight broke out or someone was injured. They went into the maze without hesitation and emerged a short 5 minutes later with the guy in cuffs. He had surrendered peacefully. It looked almost as though he was relieved the entire thing was over. The police informed me this kind of thing was actually pretty common as part of a local gang's initiation ritual. The new recruit must sneak into a park, find a weapon and place to hide, and record themselves knocking somebody out. Then leave the park through the front gate like any other customer. That mallet may have only been a prop, but it was still made of solid wood. Had he brought it down on my head hard enough, it would have knocked me out cold or even worse. Had he not been so obvious with his attack pattern, I would have never seen it coming. After they took him away, the police swept the entire park and found 2 more young men hidden and waiting for an opportunity to strike someone. None of this ever made the local news. I suspect the park didn't want that kind of publicity. Ever since then, I've made it mandatory that any employees wandering through the attractions travel in pairs. When I was 19 years old, I moved out of my parents' house and rented a little studio apartment by myself. At the time, I was going to school full-time and working at least 30 hours a week as well. I had a job in a small sub-sandwich shop. Because school was so expensive and I really needed the money, I agreed to work on Thanksgiving night. My family was a bit upset that I wouldn't be coming over, but they understood that I really needed this. I knew going into that workday that I would be by myself after 5 p.m. We didn't exactly expect the place to be packed and busy on the Thanksgiving holiday. I had worked there since I was 16, so I was trusted to close the store all by myself. Around the time that my last coworker left, the snow also began to start falling. So now, in addition to being slow due to being Thanksgiving, the snowfall was killing off any business we might have had. I decided to try and make the best of it though. I went and grabbed my astronomy textbook out of my bag and tried to spend some time reading and studying. I wasn't aware of how much time had passed before I finally noticed someone outside the shop. By this time, the snow was falling so hard that there was no visibility at all beyond a foot or two in front of you. I could still see the silhouette of a man. He came into the foyer and began shaking the snow off his body. I put my book to one side and went over to the counter. I put my gloves on and the guy walked in further. I felt uncomfortable right away. Not just because I was alone though. It wasn't the first time I had ever been in the store by myself with a customer. There was just something about this guy though. He just had a weird air about him that made me feel very uneasy. He kept on glancing around the place like he was extremely nervous for some reason. He was also a pretty big guy. He was wearing a jean jacket in the middle of a snowstorm, which was quite odd as well. He walked up to the counter and began looking around. When I asked him if I could help him, he looked amused. "I guess you must be one of the lower employees," he commented. Confused, I asked him what I meant. "Well, I figure it's the lower employees they force to work on Thanksgiving," he said. "New people, maybe no family to go home to." I forced a weak smile. "I do indeed have a family to go home to," I assured him. "I'm just working late because I need the money." "That's too bad," the man responded. When I asked why he said that, he then responded with this: "Because your family's Thanksgiving is going to be ruined when they find your body in the dumpster out back." If you've never had someone threaten your life out of the blue, I can't even tell you what it felt like. It was what I would imagine being hit by a lightning bolt would feel like. He said that with a smile on his face, but the look in his eye indicated he was not joking at all. I looked over at the phone on the wall by the register. When I did, he shifted to the side, indicating he would get to me before I even dialed a single number. Though I was scared to death, I suddenly made the smartest decision I ever made. I was still behind the sandwich counter, so I grabbed the knife and threw it at the guy. This clearly surprised him, and while he was falling backward off balance, I turned and ran back to the manager's office. I slammed and locked the door. He hopped over the counter in a matter of seconds and tried to force the door open. It was impossible though. The store safe was kept in that room, so there were no windows and the door was quite heavy. I grabbed the phone on the desk and called the police right away. By the time they got there though, the guy was obviously long gone. I'll never forget the look on his face and the sound in his voice when he mentioned my family finding my dead body in a dumpster. My story starts in 2014, when I was 10 years old. I had just made a Gmail account, and it made me feel really grown up and mature. I'm thankful I didn't pick something stupid for the address, because I still use it to this day. With my Gmail account, I created a blog, on which I posted book reviews and recommendations. I was kind of a nerd when I was younger. I gave all my classmates the link to my new blog, and I knew every single person that engaged on it, because their usernames were all some variation of their real name. One day, however, I received a comment on a post I made by a username I didn't recognize, PinkyPie_. They left very normal comments on my posts. I thought maybe it was also one of my classmates who decided to try out a different username. Honestly, it was a small incident, and I didn't really give it too much thought. Then, about 2 years later in 2016, I made a Roblox YouTube channel, which I've long since deleted. Cringy, I know. I would record gameplay and post it onto my channel. I gained a whopping 18 subscribers or something, I think. One of those subscribers, though, the one that commented regularly on many of my videos, was called PinkyPie_. This kind of freaked me out, because I had made a completely new Gmail for this channel, and I had not told anyone about it. Roblox used to be my guilty pleasure, so I kept my channel a secret. I kept brushing off random appearances by this person, commenting on my videos, my blog, my friends' YouTube channels, even my mom's Facebook once, as coincidences. That was until 2019. I was either 14 or 15 when I made my first Reddit account. This was when I was in my K-pop era. I was a regular on r/K-pop and made news-like posts about happenings in the K-pop world. One day, I made a post like usual when I noted that one of the comments was from a user named PinkyPie_. The comment was a fairly mundane, typical Reddit thing, so nobody really questioned it or did anything about it, since it was relevant to what my post was talking about. I clearly remember feeling unnerved, though, because this person had been showing up on every single social media account I ever created, ever since my very first email account. At this point, I reported that account and deleted my own Reddit. I still kept tabs on that account, though. Now we jump to 2020. I was 16 years old and the pandemic had just started. At this time, I was kind of emo, angsty, and insecure, as most people are at least once in their lives. I had not made a TikTok account even though it was all the rage because of literally only one thing: fear of that person finding me once again. It was at this time I discovered 4chan. NSFW warning, by the way. 4chan's complete anonymity and my strongest weapon, the Opera browser and its VPN, led me to believe I was 100% safe and protected, even if I was on a website that was basically full of the devil's spawn. I posted normal things mostly. Sometimes I would explore the NSFW side though, and mostly enjoyed talking to strangers on the internet. One day, I was feeling especially brave and horny, so I took 3 to 4 nudes of myself and posted one of them on /B. The post rose to the top because I mentioned I was Asian in the title, which I am, and obviously those guys went crazy over that. I lied about my real age and said I was 18. I shouldn't have done that, and I don't really know what I was thinking. I remember receiving between 400 to 500 replies on my thread. Not all of them were nice, but still, I got a lot of compliments, which really satisfied my ego and made me feel a little better about myself. As I was lurking over my thread, though, and reading these various comments, I noticed a comment from somebody named PinkyPie_. It was another generic comment related to the situation, but this one did not make me feel admired or appreciated. It made me feel sick to my stomach. That was my breaking point. I deleted that thread immediately, then went into a sort of paranoid, delusional state. I deleted all of my social media accounts, powered off my phone, shut down my computer, and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I honestly felt like I was going insane. How could this person possibly be showing up literally everywhere I went online? By that time, it had been around 6 years since they'd first showed up. For a couple of years after, I took a break from every type of social media entirely. I got rid of my Instagram, my Snapchat, my Reddit, YouTube. I scanned through everything and made sure it was gone. If I wanted to go on a social media site, I would do it on a VPN and without signing in. This gave me a much-needed break from that person's account. I never did delete my Gmail since I used it for a lot of things though. What's odd is that while this guy had found me on every social media site I used, they never once directly tried to email me. I was 100% sure they must have had my email. For some reason, they just didn't choose to try to contact me. Finally, we get to 2023 and to the present times. Sometime in early January, I decided to make a Reddit account again and mostly just lurk. I posted and commented very little, and I received no comments from Pinkie Pie _. I believe the ordeal was finally over. In November, a few days before my 19th birthday, I went to Japan for my cousin's wedding. I decided to make a Reddit post on r/outfits of my wedding outfit because I really liked it and wanted people to see it. Guess who commented on it immediately? Well, to be honest, I don't know who it was. By the time I read the comment, the account that had written it had been deleted. What they wrote, though, is what shocked me. How is it in Japan, by the way? Liking it more than name of city where I lived? Name of the state where I live, USA? Once again, I was in hysterics. I was 99% sure it was the same guy. Somebody, even if it wasn't who I thought it was though, had somehow just doxed me on the internet. I reported the comment and the user, and once again deleted my post and my account. All I could really do was run. I really need to get this off my chest. I haven't really told a single soul. I feel unsafe all the time, and have paranoia-induced hallucinations occasionally. I can't explain to anyone why though. I had this really weird experience that haunts me to this day. I had a great uncle who was around 80 years old. At the time, his wife had passed away a few months earlier. They had been together since they were in high school, so he was of course very devastated by the sudden loss. It's hard to say that my uncle withdrew from the world because he was already sort of withdrawn. He lived out in the hills in this beautiful old house he had built by himself. He was very handy and very rarely came down off the hill for any reason, at least after my aunt passed away. He spent about 5 months without even driving down into town or contacting anyone. My family was very concerned about him. My mother told me that when she went to see him, he specifically asked if I could come and stay with him for a while. I always enjoyed spending time with my uncle, so I readily agreed to the drive. His house was a long ways away. When I say he lived way out in the hills, he was really way far out there. I got to his house eventually though, and went in to see him. I was shocked to see just how much the man had aged. Not only that, but he also acted much differently now. He was extremely paranoid and refused to be left alone in the house. Literally, when he was ready to go to sleep, he would beg me to stay in the room with him. He was afraid to be alone. This was a big surprise to me because I had never known this man to be scared in his entire life. My uncle told me that ever since his wife had passed away though, he'd been seeing a man dressed in black. The man would usually wait outside the house. He would always step out from behind a tree for a moment. Then, as soon as my uncle spotted him, he would move away again. He even told me that once or twice, he'd caught the man watching him through one of his windows, but whenever the man was caught watching, he would step away. Obviously, I thought my uncle was just losing it. He was understandably distraught about losing his wife, and clearly the stress was making him see things. However, whether the problem was real or not, I was more than willing to stay with him to make him feel better. About 2 weeks after I'd arrived, my uncle was in bed. I'd come into the room with him and waited on the chair while he slept. I decided I really needed to get up and stretch my legs a bit in that moment. My uncle was a really deep sleeper anyway, so the chances of him waking up at all and noticing I was gone were pretty damn slim. I got up and went to the kitchen. I decided to work quickly on making myself something to eat. While I was just finishing cooking something though, I suddenly heard this horrendous noise coming from my uncle's room. At first, it sounded like a scream, accompanied by a loud shattering sound. Completely freaked out, I dropped my food and sprinted to my uncle's bedroom as fast as I could. I'll never get the image of what I saw that night out of my head. My uncle was still laying down in bed, as white as a sheet. His eyes were open wide, and for a moment I almost thought he was dead. That's how still he was being. Even stranger still, though, was what he was staring at. He was staring at the window facing his bed. As I observed closer, I saw it had been completely shattered. There was glass all over the floor, and it was very evident that whatever destroyed this window had done so from the outside. I checked around the outside and inside of the house. I not only found nothing, I found no trace of anything being there at all. My uncle was terrified to be alone while I was checking the premises, but there was nothing I could do about it. I had to make sure no one was there still. After a thorough check, I still found nothing. I hated to do this to him, but I had to take my uncle off that hill. He was so scared, but whatever had happened to him made it even worse. I took him to the hospital to check up, but unfortunately his mental state had deteriorated from the attack so badly that he wouldn't be allowed to go back to the house. My mom arranged for him to be put into a home, and I repaired the damage to the window. Nothing was stolen when I got back. I stayed there for a while, but I never saw the man my uncle talked about. And no further vandalism ever happened there again. I have no idea what that was about, but it seemed to be targeting my uncle for some reason. I work at a bar in a suburb of Melbourne that is safe during the day but has become sort of notorious for a high rate of abductions during the nighttime. Specifically along the main street that my work is on. I often work night shifts or late shifts even. Tonight I even finished at 11 p.m. for some context. I'm an uppity 19-year-old girl. I got out of work at 11 p.m. and started to walk down the street. It's quite well lit in some parts, but extremely dark in others. I began looking to hail a taxi. I was having no luck in finding one though. In fact, there were very few cars about at this time, which was quite unusual actually. I looked across the road, only to see a man with a hoodie on that was concealing almost all of his face. From the parts that I could see, he looked somewhat young. Maybe early to mid-20s, and seemed to be high on something. Quite a shady figure to me. I noted he was pretty tall as well. I guess I'd been looking at him for too long though, because he immediately crossed the street towards me, and I stopped looking at him. I started to walk faster, looking behind me to keep an eye on his distance, and now even more desperate to hop in a taxi. When I turned around to look at him once again, to my relief, he was walking down a side street. I stepped out onto the street to get a better view down the road when he came back around from that side street he'd just entered. My stomach dropped as I saw he now had 2 more people accompanying him. I started to walk really fast now, and they began to walk after me. I was going as fast as I could without jogging and was getting really panicked, thinking of hailing down just any car to ask someone for help. The 3 men were quickly gaining on me and were all screaming and shouting at me. My anxiety had started to sink in though, and I couldn't hear a word that they said. It was all only white noise basically. A taxi with its lights off drove past, and I ran out into the middle of the road. The driver stopped and said he was finished for the day and wasn't taking any more customers. I told him I was being followed and asked if I could sit in his car for a second just to feel safe. He let me into his taxi, drove 20 meters away, and told me to get out. The men were still there, though. I begged him to take me out of sight at least a little further down the road. When he noticed how genuinely scared I was at that moment, I guess he got concerned and adopted a more fatherly tone. The taxi driver was actually extremely kind afterward and refused to let me get out of his car until he found me another taxi to get me home safely. He drove around with me for a few minutes until we found another empty one. He beeped the other cab down and explained the situation to him. I thanked both drivers profusely, and we swapped cars without incident. The next driver was also incredibly nice as well. He said he had a young daughter at home and got quite upset and angry, thinking about how people can take away your right to feel safe. I'm extremely thankful they were there to help me out that night. I don't know what would have happened if they weren't. Everyone always tells me it's okay, that I'm being too dramatic, that they're not really bad people, they're just drunk. But parties with my family really ruined my childhood. My parents, especially my mother, really liked partying, seeing friends, getting drunk, and the whole package. Nothing special. Yeah, sure, everyone loves having a little fun sometimes, and I can fully understand that. Since I was little though, my mother always had a really close friend. He'd be around 55 now, I guess. He would always come home with his wife and they'd drink a whole lot. Sometimes he'd even do so much his wife would even be ashamed of him. He would get that bad. When all the family was wasted, my mom forced me to join in with them. We're having fun, come on, don't ruin the party. You're a pain in the ass, always complaining. What's the problem now? I was the one parenting all of them. I was protecting the dog because they would throw their empty bottles at her. They would pour beer in her bowl and make her drink it. I was warning them over and over because they were getting way too rowdy and drinking way too much. I basically had to babysit them all every time, even though I was only around 11 or 12 years old. One day, I was filming and having fun with my mom's friend. We were having a genuinely nice moment, to be honest. It was just me and him, and we were dancing. So far, there wasn't really anything weird in this situation. Then he stopped me though, and started to say things that scared me real bad. You know I could be your father, right? You're so young. Oh, do you remember when you were a child, and you said I was your lover? You said you were in love with me. I didn't know what to say. I felt terribly uncomfortable. He grabbed my butt and whispered in my ear. Oh, you say nothing when I do that, huh? That's not good. Then he just kept on dancing like nothing happened. I did get a recording of this, but I deleted it. I felt too ashamed in that moment. I was feeling stressed, ashamed, bad, scared. I wasn't hiding it either. My mom's friend sent me a message right after this. Are you mad at me? I felt intimidated. No, don't worry. I was about ready to just go to sleep. I told everyone goodbye when that fucking friend grabbed my head and tried to kiss me on the lips. After that, he would stare at me all day long. It was a nightmare. I didn't say anything. I waited for 2 years before speaking up. The first person I told was my dad. He looked desperate and sad, and then he just walked away without doing anything. I tried to tell my mom too. At first, I lied and said this had all happened to my best friend. She gave me the whole, he should tell his parents. That's awful. I hope he's doing better now. When I finally told her it happened to me though, she changed her mind immediately. What? He did that? He was drunk. He didn't mean to do that. Maybe he just touched your hair. Don't tell me he did that to you. He's my best friend. It was 2 years ago. I mean, he won't remember. Come on, it's nothing. I cried. I just couldn't deal with this anymore. Every time I tried to tell anyone something, I would never be taken seriously. Especially by my family. That's why I stopped telling them altogether and started to avoid them ever since. Maybe they're right. I don't know. But that's not the only thing that's happened since then. I can't even sit next to them during a party. I can't even look at them, simply because I'm so scared. I was only a child back then. My husband and I were stopping over in New York before heading to our temporary home of Poland. We had been living there for about a year or so, and are originally from Australia. We'd spent the past year traveling throughout some of the more shady parts of Europe, so we thought we were generally prepared for any weird incidents that might occur. We were tired as we walked through JFK, ignoring everyone who wanted us to take their special taxi or whatever. We went outside and waited in the line with all the other irritated travelers. When it was our turn, the taxi driver got out and left. Another guy came and took our bags. The motor was still running even. I didn't really think anything of it, and didn't really care at that point. When I insisted I take my own bag and tried to open the trunk though, the man suddenly snapped at me. I was startled and said it was okay. I'd just sit with it on my lap instead. My husband and I traveled light, so we only had one suitcase between us. "Can you open the trunk?" my husband asked the guy. "Otherwise, there's going to be no room for us." The guy already looked pissed, and all we were asking was for him to do his job. I was already looking around for another cab because I couldn't be bothered. "Fine," the guy snapped. He basically ripped the trunk open. I hadn't even gotten into the car yet. It was kind of a paranoid thing that I never got into the taxi alone, as a result of some kidnapping stories and griefs of a similar nature. I waited, and then I saw what was in the trunk as the man quickly tried to close it once more. It wasn't all over the flooring or anything, just on one side, but it instantly made me feel ill. I could see what looked a lot like blood. The spot was visibly wet, and I stared at it blankly. Even with the dim light, I could just about make out various other stains of similar darker colors. I had barely begun to process what I'd seen before he slipped my suitcase in and the trunk door was slammed. I was now wide awake and did not want to get in this taxi. Everything was wrong, and this was clearly a mistake. "Come on, what's the holdup? Get in!" the taxi stand dude urged us, as equally pissed off passengers behind us were waiting for their own rides. I tried to get my husband's attention, but he was already in the back seat. If this were a horror movie and I was watching, I would be screaming at the screen, "Don't get in that cab!" I got in the taxi anyway, with my bag on my lap. I clutched it as we spun around the corners, went forward sharply, and had brakes slamming constantly. I felt sick and couldn't stop thinking about what I'd just seen. Was that real? Halfway through my haze, though, I realized we were not going the right way. I mean, far be it for me to tell taxi drivers in their own city where the hell they're going. I like to be prepared, though, and I like to know where I am. If we're not taking the tourist scenic route where they charge you a lot of dough, this guy was clearly going the wrong way. "Hey, where are you going?" The words just fell out of my mouth. The man didn't say anything, though. He didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't even respond. "What?" My husband asked me if we were really going the wrong way. I shouted that we were. My husband, not one to take this from anyone, then turned to the man. "Hey man, don't think you can screw with us. We're not paying more than we agreed upon, so stop flinging around and take us where we're going, or I'm gonna call the cops." He had no idea why I was freaking out, though. I didn't care about the extra money. I thought we were just a pawn in whatever this guy's master plan was. We were going to be swimming with the fishes in the Hudson or something. I was going crazy. My mind was wandering. Maybe that actually was blood in the trunk. This guy was going to kill us with his driving either way. Maybe some plans for later in some warehouse with all his serial killer friends or something. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes at a set of lights. "I'm pretty sure this is not a real taxi," I muttered to myself. The cab driver immediately spoke up. "Do you see the sign up there? It's a taxi, you moron," he snapped. "Well then do your job," my husband snapped back at him without a second thought. Perhaps the guy thought this was too much trouble when loudmouth Ozzy Bogan and his crazy wife started snapping at him, because the driver suddenly turned around and we were going the right way to get to the hotel now. I made sure to check the trunk again when we got out, but it was much darker now, and I couldn't see anything clearly, except for a lot of shredded rags for some reason, with a deep rust color staining them all. I had to attend a family reunion a few years ago. Unfortunately, I really didn't have the money to fly. nor the money to stay in a hotel on the way there. Because of this, my plan was to drive the entire way and sleep at rest areas in my car. It made sense to me. It would ensure that I would be able to visit my relatives on this 3-day trip. I would be sleeping in the car for at least 2 nights. I brought along some pillows and blankets so I could curl up in the back seat. The first night came and went without incident. I found a rest area and was able to just hang out in the parking lot. The second day of driving, however, had me going through the mountains. I had never made this trip before, so I wasn't sure if I would even find a rest area on the way. I drove for a very long time, and when my eyes were beginning to close by themselves, I figured I would have to pull out on the side of the road to get a little rest. It was obviously much harder to go to sleep this time, but at least it was quiet and dark. Very few cars actually came across that road. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep before I felt something wake me up. I thought I felt my car moving a bit. Then I assumed it was probably just something I'd felt when I was sleeping. I closed my eyes, and then I felt it again. My car bobbed up and down a bit. I was afraid, peeking out from under the blankets. I caught sight of someone standing at the front of my car. He had his foot resting on the bumper, and he was pushing it down with his foot, causing my car to bob a bit. I was about to hide back under the blankets when I looked to the side window. I saw a second person there, peeking inside. I jumped up, and when I did, I saw the first guy leave the front of the car and come around to the side window where I was. He began slamming on my door and trying to open it. Fortunately, it was already locked. They started banging on my windows. I was completely freaked out at this point. I decided the best thing to do would be getting to the front seat and to drive off. Right before I started the car, though, the first guy succeeded in breaking in my window. I yelled and quickly pulled away. I have no clue why those guys were antagonizing me, but I did not stop driving until I got to the reunion. And obviously, I never slept outside at night again. My first job was at McDonald's. This building was attached to a gas station and located just off a busy highway. I was 14 and had all kinds of bad luck at this age. I started a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift. This early, the store was usually empty, so only 3 people, myself included, were in the restaurant. The manager, who was in the back, and the cook, who was also in the back. I, the cashier, was up front. I was wiping down the counter when a man who looked to be in his mid-30s or early 40s came in. He didn't order anything, though. Instead, he went straight to the restrooms, which were in the restaurant area just around the corner from my cash. Many truckers and travelers would come in simply to use the washrooms and leave, so this was not too uncommon an occurrence. I didn't really think much of it. After the man finished, though, he walked up to the counter and said this. Excuse me, I was just in the washroom and one of the toilets is overflowing. I immediately came around the counter and let him lead me toward the restroom. Suddenly, though, I got this terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach and stopped dead in my tracks. I became very aware that no one was in the restaurant area, and the only other 2 people in the store were in the back. They would not be able to hear me if I went into the restroom. The man had the restroom door propped open and realized I had paused. "Come on in, I'll show ya." It came off innocently enough, but something was not sitting well with me. I smiled at him and said, "One moment, I'll get my manager." I started making my way back to the counter. "Come on, it'll only take a minute," he called out behind me. I met my manager in the back still and explained to him that a man was complaining about an overflowing toilet. My manager went to check it out, and I followed closely behind him. When we turned the corner, though, the man was gone. We entered the restroom, and no such toilet was overflowing. We exchanged a look and never brought it up again. To this day, I feel like some divine intervention must have given me the wisdom to know not to follow that man into the restroom. The whole situation only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like forever. I was young and trusting, and this man could have done God knows what, and I wouldn't have been heard. He could have left and got away with whatever he had planned, and hit the highway right away. I never did see the man again after. I'm a 13-year-old male who currently lives in London, England. The story happened a few days ago, so it's quite fresh in my mind. My journey to school every day consists of a 30-minute bus ride and a 10-minute walk. It seemed like the days were getting darker and darker, so normally I like to walk with my friends to school. That day I was only with one friend though. Let's call him Kyle. Our walk to school consists of an alleyway, which after 10 minutes leads into a small wooded area with a path. It's a kind of strange little path, considering the moment you're out of it, it's just houses and a school. The path never really bothered me though, until this day. All of my other friends wanted to go to the store across from the start of the alley, so it was just me and Kyle. We began our journey that morning, and after about 2 minutes in, we saw a man standing next to a car on the right side of us. The window of the car was open, and the man seemed to have his hand in the car. Kyle whispered to me, "Is he trying to steal that thing?" I looked back to the man, and we immediately locked eyes. Kyle and I began to walk a little faster until we reached the wooded area. We felt a little better now, and decided to slow down. That is, until we heard the sound of a twig snapping behind us. Now, I'm already a very paranoid person, so I have very quick reflexes. Almost instantly, I turned a full 360 around me to see what was making that noise. I couldn't see anything though. As I began to look a little more closely, I saw a figure moving from behind a tree. Kyle didn't really seem to care though, as he'd continued walking in the meantime. I caught up pretty quick, and I asked him, "Did you see that guy?" Kyle said, "What guy?" I brushed it off. Maybe I'd just seen shadows or something. We continued to walk onward until I felt a cold, uneasy feeling. I turned to check once again, but I didn't see anything. I couldn't stop observing though. I was looking around closely once again when I see a figure crouched down behind a bush. My parents have always warned me about stranger danger, so I immediately bolted. Kyle didn't have any idea what was going on, but he quickly followed me anyway. Stupidly, we went off the regular path. We started just running rapidly around in the woods. I grabbed up my phone, only to realize I'd forgotten to charge it the night before. I asked Kyle to take out his, but he'd left it at home apparently because it was broken. We heard footsteps behind us getting closer. I quickly looked around to a few bushes around us and picked one to hide in. I prayed to God as we jumped into it. Kyle looked to be on the verge of tears. We heard the sound of a phone ringing, and I heard someone pick it up and start talking. What I heard them say gives me chills to this day. "Why are you calling me right now? I've got exactly what you're looking for. Just meet me in the woods by such and such." Then he hung up. It took about 3 seconds for me to realize the reality of this situation. The footsteps got closer and closer. I closed my eyes, but then I heard it. "Hey, what are you doing?" I heard a voice call out, and twigs and leaves snapping and crunching rapidly. I looked up to see an older kid from school standing in front of us. I saw a man running away at a fast pace. I don't know what would have happened to Kyle and myself if this older kid hadn't followed us. I feel I learned a valuable lesson though, to always be prepared for the worst. Now this happened a very long time ago. It was in 1976. to indicate how disturbing it was for me. It's taken me this long to really talk about it. My best friend in high school was a guy named Bryant. When we graduated, we ended up going to different colleges, so we didn't get to see each other that much. Communication in the 70s wasn't quite as easy as it is nowadays. There was no email, and expensive long-distance communication meant we could only really communicate with postcards or letters. We had an agreement, though, that in the beginning of every single summer vacation, the two of us would go camping together for a week. I won't mention where we went camping. Just know that it was in a large forested area. We had a map, of course, and we tried to see how far we could go in our half a week before turning and making it back. We slept in different tents. The morning after the third night of hiking, Bryant told me he hadn't slept all that great. He said he kept hearing a rustling sound in the leaves outside his tent. He actually thought there was a human being out there, walking around our camping area. I didn't really believe him, though. I told him it was probably just an animal. I couldn't think of any reason why a person would be circling our camp in the middle of the night, out this far into the wilderness. The following morning, Bryant once again looked like he hadn't slept very much at all. When I asked him, he told me he'd again heard the same rustling around our camp as he had the night before. He insisted again it really was a person. I wasn't really sure what I could tell him. I mean, if it was a person, there wasn't a whole lot we could do about it. We were already beginning to head back anyway, so I couldn't just say, hey, let's turn around right now and leave. We were already in the middle of doing that. The next night, usually I would fall asleep pretty quickly. However, I decided I would try and stay up to see if I could hear what Bryant had been hearing. I tried to stay up, but I kept feeling my eyes trying to close up on their own. I kept catching myself and jerking my head up to stay awake. I think it was when I was just beginning to drift off that something fully pulled me out of my sleep. There was some noise, some rustling coming from around the camp. That immediately woke me up. I listened in closely. Bryant really had been right. It sounded like someone was circling our camp. I mean, I had no way of knowing if it was a person instead of an animal, as Bryant had claimed. But I guess I didn't know why an animal would be circling us all night for days, rather than actually doing something. Needless to say, I did not sleep very well that night either. Eventually, I pulled it off, though. When I got up, I noticed that Bryant hadn't gotten up yet. I decided to let him sleep for a while longer. He likely needed any sleep he could get. However, when an hour passed by and he still hadn't gotten up, I decided to wake him up myself. I called out his name, but there was no answer. I knocked on his tent, which is quite the funny thing to say, I admit. Still no answer. I called out louder, but there was no response. I never would have opened his tent without his permission, but now I was quite worried. I opened the tent to wake him up, but I saw he wasn't there. I was still a bit worried, but now I figured he'd probably just woken up early and went out on his own. Another hour passed by, though, and he still didn't come back. I kept calling out for him, but he never responded. I combed the area, and I couldn't find him at all. I can't begin to describe you how difficult this situation was. I waffled over just looking for him by myself or booking it to a ranger station. When I'd spent a significant amount of time trying to find him, and failing, I finally went to a ranger station. A search was organized. The search had no better luck than I had, though. They didn't find a single trace of him. That was 41 years ago, and I haven't seen nor heard hide or hair of him since that day. They never found a body, living or dead, but I never saw my best friend again. I have no idea what really happened to him, but my view was pretty much that whatever happened to my buddy, it had something to do with whoever was circling our tents in the night. Recently, I had to make a quick run to Walmart after work for a few smaller items I'd forgotten the day before. About halfway through my trip, I was approached by a woman and a young girl who asked me to buy a pack of diapers for them. Now, I do enjoy helping people out however I can, but something felt incredibly off-putting about this situation. Something about the way she just strode right up to me and asked, almost as if it was very rehearsed. I told her I couldn't do so in the most polite way I could muster. She nodded and went on her own way. I was prepared to deal with potentially having turned away a woman who was genuinely in need of help. But like I mentioned, something still felt very weird about it. I completed the rest of my shopping and was well on my way to just forgetting the entire encounter. When I made my way up to the self-checkout though, suddenly the same lady and little girl appeared out of nowhere and made a beeline right for me. She didn't look at me or speak. She and the girl just started scanning not only the diapers but also items they had hidden in their clothes, racking up a huge total on the self-checkout. I was completely stupefied that she just brazenly assumed I'd pay for all of this. I got the attention of an associate nearby and quietly explained the situation. I wasn't trying to make a scene, but I simply didn't know these people, and I was not about to pay for so many of their belongings. Especially now that I knew it was all a ploy. He told me they'd had to deal with her before, and I wasn't the first customer she'd had a run-in with. He put on his most patient customer service voice and talked to the woman, at which point she pretended not to speak any English, despite having had a pretty firm grasp on it earlier when asking me to buy things for them. She kept pointing at me as if to indicate she and the girl were with me. Thankfully, she wasn't fooling the associate though, who by now had not only cleared her items from my checkout, but also placed himself between me and the woman. She was still pretending she couldn't understand him, and still adamant that we were together. She was getting louder, and things were starting to really escalate now. I made it a point to swiftly pay for my belongings, and hightailed it out of there. I hurried out to my car, closing the door just in time to see the little girl sprinting to catch up with me, the woman not far behind her. Panic set in, and suddenly I was trying to lock the doors, throw my groceries in, and buckle up all at once. The woman arrived and began frantically pounding on my window as I cranked the car, with what I assumed at first was her fist. It wasn't until I got a good look that I caught the sun gleaming off of something. I turned to find that she was hitting it with the tip of a switchblade, making deliberate slicing motions with it. Just about the only thing I could think to do was throw my car into reverse and get the hell out of there. As I did, she and the girl slowly walked in front of my car and started heading back toward the store. As she was walking by though, the woman turned around and gave me what I can only describe as the most sinister smile I've ever seen. Something was deeply insidious about the way she gave me this knowing look, a truly diabolical version of the kind of look a mischievous kid would give you when they know they're doing something they're not supposed to. I was shaken, but ultimately okay in the end, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't look over my shoulder for a long while after. I was living in a flat share on the outskirts of a city, which is known for generally being very safe. A key is needed to enter the main building, but often the door isn't shut properly, and so doesn't lock. Not really a cause for concern for anyone in the building, as it's a very trusting neighborhood. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I was laying in bed naked, completely sprawled out. At some point, someone opened my door and entered. I figured it was one of my flatmates going to the balcony. You would have to walk through my room to access it, so it was completely normal that someone might come in at this time of night. I had just smoked a spliff and it was 2 a.m., so I opted to ignore this person and pretend to be asleep. I could feel him just standing there though, and I thought that maybe he was waiting for his girlfriend to join him or something, and maybe he was stood there checking his phone. No big deal. The person went out to the balcony. Took about 2 or 3 minutes. I figured it was definitely him. They were out there smoking a cigarette. They came back in and went back to standing there in total silence. I was half asleep though and didn't really think anything of it. The next morning, my flatmate told me that someone had broken in, came into my room, and went into the room of my flatmate as well. They'd gone through all of his things and gone out into the kitchen. Upon seeing my flatmate wake up from all the noise and come out to see what was going on, they quickly fled from the building. The only thing the person stole was my pair of Marshall headphones. We were all very confused as to why they only stole my headphones, as opposed to the money left on the table, or my flatmate's multiple cameras, for example. We spoke to our neighbors, of which there are around 15 in the building, and none of them had noticed anything out of the ordinary. They hadn't gone into any of the other apartments either. We know that most of the neighbors also don't lock their doors at night. For some reason, it sounds as if this person walked up 3 flights of stairs, ignoring all the other open apartments, with the sole intention of coming to ours. Given their attempt at stealth, it's unlikely they were intoxicated either, and it was not just a mistake. Nothing else really came of it though. The police said they'd keep an eye out, and I had to buy a new pair of headphones. It left me thinking, though, about what would have happened had I fully opened my eyes and alerted this person standing over me. Would they have hurt me? Would it have been a total stranger, or someone who I'd met before? My friends and I live in the hills somewhere in Northern Ireland. Last year, the 4 of us were walking along the cliffs by the seaside, arguing about Conor McGregor or something, when my friend pointed out a row of power lines running up and away from the road, out further into the trees. Had we not been thrown out of the pub we normally frequented on the previous night, we probably would have just hit it right back to town for a drink. But given that we had nowhere better to be right now, we decided to try and find out where exactly these power lines led to. The area we were moving through was extremely rugged. The closest thing to a road that led between the trees was these 2 tracts of flattened ground where vehicles had clearly passed by before. We walked deeper and deeper into the woods, half concentrating on the power lines and half on those wheel marks, just making dull conversation and not really expecting to find anything interesting. That is, until the wheel marks just ended altogether. The power lines wound their way through the tree branches, a kind of awkwardly placed across the limbs. I had never seen this sort of thing before. My buddy wandered a bit deeper into the trees and discovered a 6-foot-tall wire fence circled in a small clearing. Inside this fence was a 2-story stone house, sitting there and looking like a lost heirloom or something. We circled around the fence until we found the actual gate, which was just carelessly hanging open. We walked right up to the front door. Privacy and common sense were not present at the moment. The very first thing I noticed was that there were tons of security cameras mounted outside the home, pointing in all kinds of various directions. I considered what sort of person would go through all the trouble of setting up all these cameras and just leaving the gate wide open. It didn't end there, though. The front door was open as well. The 4 of us just walked right inside like we owned the place. I hesitated in the entryway, while my friends immediately split up to search around. I went to shut the door behind me when I spotted 4 deadbolts on the inside frame. Suddenly, I got the very strong feeling that we were all trespassing, and whoever owned the place would not be very happy to find us there. My friends found one of those metal detecting wands on the kitchen counter, like the ones you'd see TSA agents using in airports. In a back room, another friend found 2 backup generators. Despite them being there, it was obvious that power had not been working in this place for quite some time. The whole place just smelled musty, like the outside forest had invaded it with its cold, earthly scent. I asked if it was possible this was a secret military base of some kind. One of my friends pointed out, though, that there were no weapon cabinets and there hadn't been any checkpoints outside either. I wanted to leave right now, but the others decided they wanted to search upstairs, which turned out to be one giant room. There was a cot in the corner, but most of the room was occupied by a long table with chairs. There was a flat-screen TV mounted to the wall, which I presume was meant to view footage from the security cameras. While the other guys dug through the drawers looking for anything interesting, one of my friends started fidgeting with the flat screen, like he was going to take it down off the wall and carry it under his arms over the hills the whole way back to his own place. The whole time, though, I was waiting disturbed by the steps, impatient and ready to leave at any moment. I was starting to get the sense that this place may be some very paranoid off-the-grid person's hideaway, and he may have left in a hurry for some reason. This house was very much hidden away. I can't imagine anyone would think to look in this area. I tried to just admire the view from the window and calm down. I could just make out the trees through the window. Then I turned to head back downstairs, and that's when I froze. There were these black marks like ash, staining the carpeted stairs about halfway down. Those definitely had not been there when we'd climbed the stairs earlier. I spoke aloud. "Whoa, what the hell?" Then the smell hit me. There was a burning fabric scent in the air that washed over me. I immediately panicked and started coughing. I immediately started rushing down the stairs, keeping as close to the sides as I could. I rushed right out the front door without looking back. My friends followed close behind, each of them making remarks about the sudden burning stench in the air. I asked if anyone had tracked in the ash on the stairs, but I already knew the answer. Not only had none of us tracked those marks across the carpet, but none of us had stopped at that halfway point to leave them. I suddenly had the horrific thought that someone else had been in the house with us the whole time. We immediately left the area and headed back to the coastline. Halfway back, we heard a sort of loud roar-like sound from behind us. It could have been an animal, sure, but to me it didn't sound like that. Instead, it sounded like someone's infuriated screams. I decided I didn't really want to be involved at all. A couple of my friends went back a few days later, though, and they told me there was a burned spot directly outside the entrance. When they sifted through the loose soil, they pulled out an entire Ouija board from the dirt. Sometime later, I talked with another friend of mine about it over a couple of beers. He told me he had heard some rumors that there was a group of psychotic people who lived out in those woods. Apparently, they believed in things like ancient curses and demonic possession. They were known to be quite violent towards outsiders. I don't know what was going on in that house that day, but I feel like we were very lucky we didn't encounter whoever owned the home. Also, that we all made it out in one piece without any further incident.